Carlo, or Kindness Rewarded. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Carlo, or Kindness Rewarded. Ida was a kind-hearted girl, and one day when crossing a bridge near her home, she saw two boys on the banks of the stream trying to drown a little dog. Ida, like all good girls, could not bear to anything suffer, and was brave enough to try and prevent it. So she ran to the shore, wringing her hands and crying loudly, "Oh, you bad, wicked boys! How can you be so cruel to that poor little dog?" The boys looked at her in wonder, for they were more thoughtless than cruel, and one of them said, "Father sold the rest of the pups, but could not sell this one, and so he told us to drown it." "Then he should have done it himself," replied Ida, her pretty face flushing with anger as she spoke, "and not have trusted it to boys who would cause it needless pain." The dog had by this time reached the bank, and after politely shaking off the water, crept timidly toward Ida, as if he knew her for a friend. "Poor little fellow," said, patting his head tenderly. "How pitiful he looks! Will you give him to me?" "Yes," said the boys, looking very foolish. "We did not mean to be cruel. You may have him, and welcome." Ida thanked the boys very sweetly and ran home. "Oh, Mamma," she cried, "look at this dear little dog! Two boys were trying to drown him in the creek, and I asked them to give him to me. May I keep him, dear Mamma?" "My dear child," said Mrs. Mason, which was the name of Ida's mother, "I am very glad to hear that you saved the little creature from pain. We cannot very well keep him here, but perhaps in a few days we can find him someone who will be kind to him." Ida was a little disappointed, for we always love anything we have saved from death. But she said nothing, and you will see in the end how her goodness was rewarded. The next morning, Ida sat at the door of the cottage, studying her lesson, while her new pet, little Carlo, as she had named the dog, played at her feet. A pleasant-looking young lad, who was walking slowly down the road, switching the tall grass as he came, stopped to look at the pretty picture. His name was Eugene Morris, and he was the son of a rich gentleman who lived nearby. "Good morning, Ida," he said with a bow and a smile. "Is that pretty little dog yours?" "Yes, sir," said Ida, blushing a little. "But Mamma says I must give him away, because we cannot afford to keep him." Ida then told the story of the dog, and how she had saved him from the hands of the thoughtless boys, and finished by saying that she was only keeping him until she could find some kind person who would take good care of him. Eugene looked much pleased at her artless story, and after a short pause said, "Well, pretty Ida, I do not ask you to give him to me, but if you will sell him, I will take him with pleasure. Here are $5. Will that pay for Carlo?" "We do not want any pay for good Carlo," said Ida, patting the little creature tenderly, "except the promise of kind treatment, and that I am sure he will get from you." Eugene looked pleased at this, and with a good-bye, then till tomorrow, went slowly down the road and was soon out of sight. The next morning Eugene came and took Carlo away, leaving $5 with Mrs. Mason, which he compelled her to take, for he knew she was poor and a widow. Ida cried a little when Carlo whined for her, but she knew that he would be in good hands, and soon dried her tears. One morning, about 2 years after Carlo had gone with his new master, Ida was standing upon the same bridge, looking at some fish which darted about in the water as if play. At last they went further under the bridge, and Ida, leaning over a little too far in her eagerness to see them, lost her balance and fell over the low rail into the reek, which at that point was deep enough to drown her. She had but just time to give one loud cry of fright as she sunk beneath the cruel water. In a moment she rose to the top, but only to sink again. Poor Ida! Is there no one to help her? Yes, the good God who watches over the smallest of his creatures has not forgotten little Ida. A large dog who lay lazily winking in the sunshine a little way off has heard her cry. He pricks up his ears and comes swiftly toward her, with great leaps, barking loud as he jumps. In a moment he plunges into the creek and catches Ida by her dress, just as she is about to sink for the last time. Ida is heavy, and cannot help herself, but the dog is strong and brave, and swimming and tugging with all his might, he soon brings her in safety to the shore. Then pulling her head out of the water, so that it rested on the soft grass, he raised his head in the air, opened his great mouth, and barked long and loudly for help. And help was near. The master of the dog, a tall, handsome boy, came running up. "Why, Carlo boy, what's the matter?" he said cheerily. But in a moment he saw Ida, still partly in the water, with her eyes closed, as if dead. He at once drew her up on the bank, when she soon opened her eyes and looked around as if she did not know where she was. But Eugene Morris, for it was he, said, "What? Little Ida nearly drowned? Why, how in the world did you get in the water?" Ida was now well enough to tell her story, and after she had finished, Eugene called her attention to the dog, at the same time wrapping Ida in his overcoat and leading her toward her home. "Don't you know him?" he said. "It is your old friend, Carlo. You saved his life, and now he has saved yours in return." How strange are the ways of God! The very dog which Ida saved from death 2 years before had now been able to pay his debt to the tender-hearted little girl on the same spot. This surely is not chance, but seems to show that good deeds are rewarded even in this world. Carlo, who was a well-bred dog, had taken himself dry by time, and was rubbing his nose against Ida's dress as if to say, "Don't you know your old friend?" As she was still weak from the shock of the fall and the fright, Eugene went home with her and explained the thing to the alarmed Mrs. Mason, after which he took his leave, promising to come and see her the next day. Eugene was as good as his word, and early the next morning came down to the widow's cottage, accompanied by a gentleman and a little girl, about 4 years old, whom Ida had never seen before. Carlo, of course, was in the party, and was made much of by everybody, receiving a great deal of attention, which he accepted with much dignity, sitting up on his hind legs, wagging his tail, and giving vent, now and then, to a short mild bark of thanks to his kind friends. The gentleman, who was Eugene's father, Mr. Morris, after kissing little Ida, said, "This little girl whom I have brought to see you is my only daughter Lottie, and you were the means of her having been saved from drowning." Ida's look of surprise at this was comical to see. "Not long since," went on Mr. Morris, "our good Carlo saved her life, just as he did yours yesterday. Eugene tells me that but for your goodness of heart, Carlo would have been killed when he was a puppy, and in that case I should have had no little Lottie today, for there was no one near at that time but the nurse, who was too much frightened to be of any use. I desire then, Mrs. Mason, with your permission to make Ida a little present." So saying, he kissed Ida again, put a small package into her hand, and bowing politely to the surprised Mrs. Mason, left the cottage with his party before he could find words to thank him. The package proved to be a bank book in which Ida was credited with $5,000 in her own name. This was Mr. Morris's little present. Mrs. Mason owned the cottage in which she lived, but nothing more, and was obliged to early and late to gain a scanty support for Ida and herself. This money was therefore great wealth to them, and would enable Mrs. Mason to fulfill the dearest wish of her heart, which was to give a good education to her beloved Ida. Every kind action, I think, is rewarded either here or hereafter, yet we should try to do good for its own sake, and leave the result to the great Father of us all. End of Carlo or Kindness Rewarded.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. This was a point definitively settled. But the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my goodwill. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity, to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. In painting and gimmery, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack. But in the matter of old wines, he was sincere. In this respect, I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely, whenever I could. It was about dusk, one evening during the supreme madness of the carnival season, that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley. He had on a tight-fitting party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you are looking to-day. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts." "How?" said he. "Amontillado? A pipe? Impossible! And in the middle of the carnival!" "I have my doubts," I replied, "and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain. Amontillado! I have my doubts. Amontillado! And I must satisfy them. Amontillado! As you are engaged, I am on my way to Lucchese. If anyone has a critical turn, it is he. He will tell me, 'Lucchese cannot tell Amontillado from sherry.' And yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. Come, let us go." "Whither?" "To your vaults." "My friend, no, I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchese." "I have no engagement. Come." "My friend, no, it is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitre." "Let us go, nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Amontillado! You have been imposed upon, and as for Lucchese, he cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado." Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm, putting on a mask of black silk, and drawing a roquelaire closely about my person. I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honor of the time. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed down a long and winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together on the damp grounds of the catacombs of the Montresors. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode. "The pipe!" said he. "It is further on," said I, "but observe the white webwork which gleams from these cavern walls." He turned towards me, and looked into my eyes with 2 filmy orbs that distilled the rheum of intoxication. "Nitre?" he asked at length. "Nitre," I replied. "How long have you had that cough?" My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes. "It is nothing," he said at last. "Come," I said with decision, "we will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy, as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucchese." "Enough," he said. "The cough is mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough." "True, true," I replied. "And indeed, I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily, but you should use all proper caution. A draught of this Medoc will defend us from the damps." Here I knocked off the neck of a bottle which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mould. "Drink," I said, presenting him the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarly while his bells jingled. "I drink," he said, "to the buried that repose around us, and I to your long life." He took my arm, and we proceeded. "These vaults," he said, "are extensive." "The Montresors," I replied, "were a great and numerous family." "I forget your arms." "A huge human foot d'or in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel." "And the motto?" "Nemo me impune lacessit." "Good," he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes, and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the Medoc. We had passed through the walls of piled bones, with casks and puncheons intermingling in the innermost recesses of the catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by an arm above the elbow. "The nitre," I said. "See, it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed. The drops of moisture trickle among the bones. Come, we will go back ere it's too late. Your cough." "It is nothing," he said. "Let us go on. But first, another draught of the Medoc." I broke, and reached him a flagon of de Grave. He emptied it at a breath. His eyes flashed with the first light. He laughed, and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. "You do not comprehend?" he said. "Not I," I replied.
"Then you are not of the Brotherhood."
"How?"
"You are not of the Masons."
"Yes." "Yes," I said. "Yes. Yes."
"You? Impossible! A Mason?"
"A Mason," I replied.
"A sign,"
he said. "It is this," I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my roquelaire.
"You jest!"
he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces.
"But let us proceed to the Amontillado."
"Be it so," I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak, and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again arrived at a deep crypt in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeaux rather to glow than flame. At the most remote end of the crypt there appeared another, less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead in the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. 3 sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the 4th, the bones had been thrown down, and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use in itself, but formed merely the interval between 2 of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of the circumscribing walls of solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depths of the recess. Its termination the feeble light did not enable us to see. "Proceed," I said. "Herein is the Amontillado. As for Lucchese—"
"He is an ignoramus,"
interrupted my friend, as he stepped unsteadily forward, while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet horizontally. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too much astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. "Pass your hand," I said, "over the wall. You cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more let me implore you to return. No? Then I must positively leave you, but I must first render you all the little attentions in my power." "The Amontillado!" ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. "True," I replied, "the Amontillado." As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones which I had before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials, and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of my masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low, moaning cry from the depths of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obstinate silence. I laid the second tier, and the third, and the fourth, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which, that I might hearken to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labors and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel, and finished without interruption the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flambeau over the mason work, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A succession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated. I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess. But the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs, and felt satisfied. I re-approached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamored. I re-echoed. I aided. I surpassed them in volume and in strength. I did this, and the clamorer grew still. It was now midnight, and my task was drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last, and the 11th there remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position, but now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "A very good joke indeed. An excellent jest. We will have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo, over our wine." "The Amontillado?" I said. "Yes, the Amontillado, but is it not getting late? Will not there be awaiting us at the palazzo, the Lady Fortunato and the rest? Let us be gone." "Yes," I said, "let us be gone." "For the love of God, Montresor!" "Yes," I said, "for the love of God." But to these words I hearkened in vain for a reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato!" No answer. I called again, "Fortunato!" No answer still. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth in return only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick, on account of the dampness of the catacombs. I hastened to make an end of my labor. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For half of a century no mortal has disturbed them. In pace requiescat. End of the Cask of Amontillado.
The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Fetterman. The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County by Mark Twain. In compliance with the request of a friend of mine, who wrote me from the East, I called on good-natured, garrulous old Simon Wheeler, and inquired after my friend's friend, Leonidas W. Smiley, as requested to do, and I hereunto append the result. I have a lurking suspicion that Leonidas W. Smiley is a myth, and that my friend never knew such a personage, and that he only conjectured that if I asked old Wheeler about him, it would remind him of his infamous Jim Smiley, and he would go to work and bore me to death with some exasperating reminiscence of him, as long and as tedious as it should be useless to me. If that was the design, it succeeded. I found Simon Wheeler dozing comfortably by the barroom stove of the dilapidated tavern in the decayed mining camp of Angels, and I noticed that he was fat and bald-headed, and had an expression of winning gentleness and simplicity upon his tranquil countenance. He roused up and gave me good day. I told him a friend had commissioned me to make some inquiries about a cherished companion of his boyhood named Leonidas W. Smiley, Reverend Leonidas W. Smiley, a young minister of the gospel, who he had heard was at one time a resident of Angel's Camp. I added that if Mr. Wheeler could tell me anything about this Reverend Leonidas W. Smiley, I would feel under many obligations to him. Simon Wheeler backed me into a corner and blockaded me there with his chair, and then sat down and reeled off the monotonous narrative which follows this paragraph. He never smiled, he never frowned, he never changed his voice from the gentle flowing key to which he tuned his initial sentence. He never betrayed the slightest suspicion of enthusiasm, but all through the interminable narrative there ran a vein of impressive earnestness and sincerity, which showed me plainly that, so far from his imagining that there was anything ridiculous or funny about his story, he regarded it as a really important matter, and admired its two heroes as men of transcendent genius and finesse. I let him go on in his own way, and never interrupted him once. Reverend Leonidas W. Well, there was a feller here once by the name of Jim Smiley, in the winter of '49, or maybe it was the spring of '50. I don't recollect exactly, somehow, though what makes me think it was one or the other is because I remember the big flume warn't finished when he came to the camp. But anyway, he was the curiousest man about, always betting on anything that turned up you ever see, if he could get anybody to bet on the other side, and if he couldn't, he'd change sides. Anyway, that suited the other man would suit him. Anyway, just so's he got a bet. He was satisfied. But still, he was lucky. Uncommon lucky. He most always come out winner. He was always ready and laying for a chance. There couldn't be no sultry thing mentioned but that feller'd offer to bet on it, and take any side you please, as I was just telling you. If there was a horse race, you'd find him flush or you'd find him busted at the end of it. If there was a dog fight, he'd bet on it. If there was a cat fight, he'd bet on it. If there was a chicken fight, he'd bet on it. Why, if there was two birds sitting on a fence, he would bet you which one would fly first. Or if there was a camp meeting, he would be there regular to bet on Parson Walker, which he judged to be the best exhorter about here. And he was, too, and a good man. If he even sees a straddle bug start to go anywheres, he would bet you how long it would take him to get to wherever he was going to. And if you took him up, he would follow that straddle bug to Mexico, but what he would find out where he was bound for and how long he was on the road. Lots of the boys here has seen that Smiley and can tell you about him. Why, it never made no difference to him. He'd bet on anything. The dangest feller. Parson Walker's wife laid very sick once, for a good while, and it seemed as if they weren't gonna save her. But one morning he come in and Smiley up and asked him how she was, and he said she was considerable better. Thank the Lord for his infinite mercy, and coming on so smart that with the blessings of Providence she'd get well yet. And Smiley, before he thought, says, "Well, I'll risk 2.5 she don't anyway." This year Smiley had a mare. The boys called her the 15-minute nag, but that was only in fun, you know, because, of course, she was faster than that, and he used to win money on that horse, for all she was so slow and always have the asthma, or the distemper, or the consumption, or something of that kind. They used to give her 200 or 300 yards start, and then pass her underway, but always at the fag end of the race she'd get excited and desperate-like, and come cavorting and straddling up, and scattering her legs around limber, sometimes in the air and sometimes out to one side amongst the fences, and kicking up more dust and raising more racket with her cough and sneezing and blowing her nose, and always fetched up at the stand just about a neck ahead, as near as you could cipher it down. And he had a little small bull pup, that to look at him you'd think he warn't worth a cent but to sit around and look ornery, and lay for a chance to steal something. But as soon as money was up on him, he was a different dog. His underjaw'd begin to stick out like the forecastle of a steamboat, and his teeth would uncover and shine like the furnaces. And a dog might tackle him and bullyrag him and bite him and throw him over his shoulder 2 or 3 times, and Andrew Jackson, which was the name of the pup, Andrew Jackson would never let on but what he was satisfied, and hadn't expected nothing else, and the bets being doubled and doubled on the other side all the time till the money was all up. Then all of a sudden he would grab that other dog just by the jint of his hind legs and freeze to it. Not chaw, you understand, but only just grip and hang on till they throwed up the sponge, if it was a year. Smiley always come out winner on that pup, till he harnessed a dog once that didn't have no hind legs, 'cause they'd been sawed off in a circular saw, and when the thing had gone along far enough, and the money was all up, he come to make a snatch for his pet Holt. And you see in a minute how he'd been imposed on, and how the other dog had him in the door, so to speak. And he peered surprised, and then looked sort of discouraged like, and didn't try no more to win the fight, and so he got shucked out bad. He gave Smiley a look, as much as to say his heart was broke, and it was his fault for putting up a dog that hadn't no hind legs for him to take hold of, which was his main dependence in a fight, and then he limped off a piece and laid down and died. It was a good pup, was that Andrew Jackson, and would have made a name for himself if he'd lived. The stuff was in him, and he had genius. I know it, because he hadn't no opportunities to speak of, and it don't stand to reason that a dog could make such a fight as he could under them circumstances if he hadn't no talent. It always makes me feel sorry when I think of that last fight of his'n and the way it turned out. Well, this year Smiley had rat terriers, and chicken cocks and tomcats and all them kind of things, till you couldn't rest, and you couldn't fetch nothing for him to bet on but he'd match you. He catched a frog one day and took him home, and said he'd calculated to educate him. And so he never done nothing for 3 months but set in his backyard and learned that frog to jump. And you bet he did, learn him too. You'd give him a little punch behind, and the next minute you'd see that frog whirling in the air like a donut, see him turn one somerset, maybe a couple if he got a good start, and come down flat-footed and all right like a cat. He got him up so in the manner of catching flies, and kept him in practice so constant that he'd nail a fly every time as fur as he could see him. Smiley said all the frog wanted was education, and he could do most anything, and I believe him. Well, I've seen him set Daniel Webster down here on this floor, Daniel Webster was the name of this frog, and sing out, "Flies, Daniel, flies," and quicker'n you could wink he'd spring up and snake a fly off from the counter there, and flop down on the floor again as solid as a gob of mud, and fall to scratching the side of his head with his hind foot as indifferent as if he hadn't no idea he'd been doing any more'n any frog might do. You never see a frog so modest and straightforward as he was, for all he was so gifted. And when it come to fair and square jumping on a dead level, he could get over more ground at one straddle than any animal of his breed you ever see. Jumping on a dead level was his strong suit, you understand. And when it came to that, Smiley would ante up money on him as long as he had a red. Smiley was monstrous proud of his frog, and well he might be, for fellers that had traveled and been everywheres all said he laid over any frog that ever they see. Well, Smiley kept the little beast in a little lattice box, and he used to fetch him downtown sometimes and lay for a bet. One day a feller, a stranger in the camp he was, come across him with his box and says, "What might be that you got in the box?" And Smiley says, sorta indifferent-like, "It might be a parrot, or it might be a canary, maybe, but it ain't. It's only just a frog." And the feller took it, and looked at it careful, and turned it round this way and that, and says, "So 'tis. Well, what's he good for?" "Well," Smiley says, easy and careless, "he's good enough for one thing, I should judge. He can outjump any frog in Calaveras County." The feller took the box again, and took another long, particular look, and give it back to Smiley, and says very deliberate, "Well," he says, "I don't see no pence about that frog that's better'n any other frog." "Maybe you don't," Smiley says. "Maybe you understand frogs, and maybe you don't understand 'em. Maybe you've had experience, and maybe you ain't only an amateur, as it were. Anyways, I got my opinions, and I'll risk $40 that he can outjump any frog in Calaveras County." And the feller studied a minute, and then says, kinder sad-like, "Well, I'm only a stranger here, and I ain't got no frog. But if I had a frog, I'd bet you." And then Smiley says, That's all right. If you'll hold my box a minute, I'll go and get you a frog." And so the feller took the box and put up his $40 along with Smiley's and sat down to wait. So he sat there a good while, thinking to hisself, and then he got the frog out and prized his mouth open and took a teaspoon and filled him full of quail shot. Filled him pretty near up to his chin, and set him on the floor. Smiley, he went to the swamp and slopped around in the mud for a long time, and finally he catched a frog and fetched him in, and give him to this feller and says, "Now, if you're ready, set him alongside of Daniel with his forepaws just even with Daniel's, and I'll give the word." And he says, "1, 2, 3, get!" And him and the feller touched up the frogs from behind, and the new frog hopped off lively, but Daniel give a heave and histed up his shoulders, so like a Frenchman, but it warn't no use. He couldn't budge. He was planted as solid as a church, and he couldn't no more stir than if he was anchored out. Smiley was a good deal surprised, and he was disgusted, too. He didn't have no idea what the matter was, of course. The feller took the money and started away, and when he was going out at the door, he sorta jerked his thumb over his shoulders, so at Daniel, and says again, very deliberate, "Well," he says, "I don't see no pants about that frog that's any better than any other frog." Smiley, he stood scratching his head and looking down at Daniel a long time, and at last says, "I do wonder what in the nation that frog throwed off for. I wonder if there ain't something the matter with him. He appears to look mighty baggy somehow." And he catched Daniel up by the nape of his neck and hefted him and says, "Why, blame my cats if he don't weigh 5 pounds. And turned him upside down, and he belched out a double handful of shot. And then he see how it was, and he was the maddest man. He set the frog down and took after that feller, but he never catched him." And here Simon Wheeler heard his name called from the front yard, and got up to see what was wanted. And turning to me as he moved away, he said, "Just sit where you are, stranger, and rest easy. I ain't gonna be gone a second." But, by your leave, I did not think that a continuation of the history of the enterprising vagabond, Jim Smiley, would be likely to afford me much information concerning the Reverend Leonidas W. Smiley, and so I started away. At the door I met the sociable Wheeler returning, and he buttonholed me and recommenced. "Well, this yer Smiley had a yaller, one-eyed cow that didn't have no tail, only just a short stump like a banana, and—" However, lacking both time and inclination, I did not wait to hear about the afflicted cow, but took my leave. End of the celebrated jumping frog of Calaveras County. Recording by David Fetterman.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Christmas Tree and the Wedding by Fyodor Dostoevsky. The other day I saw a wedding, but no, I would rather tell you about a Christmas tree. The wedding was superb. I liked it immensely, but the other incident was still finer. I don't know why it is that the sight of the wedding reminded me of the Christmas tree. This is the way it happened. Exactly 5 years ago, on a New Year's Eve, I was invited to a children's ball by a man high up in the business world, who had his connections, his circle of acquaintances, and his intrigues. So it seemed as though the children's ball was merely a pretext for the parents to come together and discuss matters of interest to themselves, quite innocently and casually. I was an outsider, and, as I had no special matters to air, I was able to spend the evening independently of the others. There was another gentleman present who, like myself, had just stumbled upon this affair of domestic bliss. He was the first to attract my attention. His appearance was not that of a man of birth or high family. He was tall, rather thin, very serious, and well-dressed. Apparently he had no heart for the family festivities. The instant he went off into a corner by himself, the smile disappeared from his face, and his thick dark brows knitted into a frown. He knew no one except the host, and showed every sign of being bored to death, bravely sustaining the role of thorough enjoyment to the end. Later I learned that he was a provincial, had come to the capital on some important, brain-racking business, had brought a letter of recommendation to our host, and our host had taken him under his protection, but not at all con amour. It was merely out of politeness that he had invited him to the children's ball. They did not play cards with him. They did not offer him cigars. No one entered into conversation with him. Possibly they recognized the bird by its feathers from a distance. Thus my gentleman, not knowing what to do with his hands, was compelled to spend the entire evening stroking his whiskers. His whiskers were really fine, but he stroked them so assiduously that one got the feeling that the whiskers had come into the world first, and afterwards the man in order to stroke them. There was another guest who interested me, but he was of quite a different order. He was a personage. They called him Julian Mastakovich. At first glance, one could tell that he was an honored guest and stood in the same relation to the host as the host to the gentleman of the whiskers. The host and hostess said no end of amiable things to him, were most attentive, whining him, hovering over him, bringing guests to be introduced, but never leading him to anyone else. I noticed tears glisten in our host's eyes when Julian Mastakovich remarked that he had rarely spent such a pleasant evening. Somehow I began to feel uncomfortable in this personage's presence. So after amusing myself with the children, 5 of whom, remarkably well-fed young persons, were our hosts, I went into a little sitting room entirely unoccupied and seated myself at the end that was a conservatory and took up almost half the room. The children were charming. They absolutely refused to resemble their elders, notwithstanding the efforts of mothers and governesses. In a jiffy they had denuded the Christmas tree down to the very last sweet, and had already succeeded in breaking half of their playthings before they even found out which belonged to whom. One of them was a particularly handsome little lad, dark-eyed, curly-haired, who stubbornly persisted in aiming at me with his wooden gun. But the child that attracted the greatest attention was his sister, a girl of about 11, lovely as a cupid. She was quiet and thoughtful, with large, full, dreamy eyes. The children had somehow offended her, and she left them and walked into the same room that I had withdrawn into. There she seated herself with the doll in a corner. Her father is an immensely wealthy businessman, the guests informed each other in tones of awe. 300,000 rubles set aside for her dowry already. As I turned to look at the group from which I heard this news item issuing, my glance met Julian Mastakovich's. He stood listening to the insipid chatter in an attitude of concentrated attention, with his hands behind his back and his head inclined to one side. All the while I was quite lost in admiration of the shrewdness our host displayed in the dispensing of the gifts. The little maid of the many-ruby dowry received the handsomest doll, and the rest of the gifts were graded in value according to the diminishing scale of the parents' stations in life. The last child, a tiny chap of 10, thin, red-haired, freckled, came into possession of a small book of nature stories without illustrations or even head and tail pieces. He was the child of the governess. She was a poor widow, and her little boy, clad in a sorry-looking little nankeen jacket, looked thoroughly crushed and intimidated. He took the book of nature stories and circled slowly about the children's toys. He would have given anything to play with them, but he did not dare to. You could tell he already knew his place. I like to observe children. It is fascinating to watch the individuality in them struggling for self-assertion. I could see that the other children's things had tremendous charm for the red-haired boy, especially a toy theater, in which he was so anxious to take a part that he resolved to fawn upon the other children. He smiled and began to play with them. His one and only apple he handed over to a puffy urchin whose pockets were already crammed with sweets. And he even carried another youngster piggyback, all simply that he might be allowed to stay with the theater. But in a few minutes an impudent young person fell on him and gave him a pummeling. He did not dare even to cry. The governess came and told him to leave off interfering with the other children's games, and he crept away to the same room the little girl and I were in. She let him sit down beside her, and the two set themselves busily dressing the expensive doll. Almost half an hour passed, and I was nearly dozing off, as I sat there in the conservatory, half listening to the chatter of the red-haired boy and the dowered beauty, when Julian Mastakovich entered suddenly. He had slipped out of the drawing-room under cover of a noisy scene among the children. From my secluded corner, it had not escaped my notice that a few moments before he had been eagerly conversing with the rich girl's father, to whom he had only just been introduced. He stood still for a while, reflecting and mumbling to himself, as if counting something on his fingers. 300, 11, 12, 13, 16, in 5 years. Let's say 4%. 5 times 12, 60. And so these 60, let us assume that in 5 years it will amount to, 400. But the shrewd old fox isn't likely to be satisfied with 4%. He gets 8 or even 10, perhaps. Let's suppose 500. 500,000, at least, that's sure. Anything above that for pocket money. He blew his nose and was about to leave the room when he spied the girl and stood still. I, behind the plants, escaped his notice. He seemed to me to be quivering with excitement. It must have been his calculations that upset him so. He rubbed his hands and danced from place to place, and kept getting more and more excited. Finally, however, he conquered his emotions and came to a standstill. He cast a determined look at the future bride and wanted to move toward her, but glanced about first. Then, as if with a guilty conscience, he stepped over to the child on tiptoe, smiling, and bent down and kissed her head. His coming was so unexpected that she uttered a shriek of alarm. "What are you doing here, dear child?" he whispered, looking around and pinching her cheek. "We're playing." "What, with him?" said Julian Mastakovich, with a look askance at the governess's child. "You should go into the drawing-room, my lad," he said to him. The boy remained silent and looked up at the man with wide-open eyes. Julian Mastakovich glanced around again cautiously and bent down over the girl. "What have you got, a doll, my dear?" "Yes, sir." The child quailed a little, and her brow wrinkled. "A doll? And do you know, my dear, what dolls are made of?" "No, sir," she said weakly, and lowered her head. "Out of rags, my dear. You, boy, you go back to the drawing-room, to the children," said Julian Mastakovich, looking at the boy sternly. The two children frowned. They caught hold of each other and would not part. "And do you know why they gave you the doll?" asked Julian Mastakovich, dropping his voice lower and lower. "No." "Because you were a good, very good little girl the whole week." Saying which, Julian Mastakovich was seized with the paroxysm of agitation. He looked round and said in a faint tone, almost inaudible with excitement and impatience, "If I come to visit your parents, will you love me, my dear?" He tried to kiss the sweet little creature, but the red-haired boy saw that she was on the verge of tears, and he caught her hand and sobbed out loud in sympathy. That enraged the man. "Go away! Go away! Go back to the drawing-room, to your playmates!" "I don't want him to! I don't want him to! You go away!" cried the girl. "Let him alone! Let him alone!" She was almost weeping. There was the sound of footsteps in the doorway. Julian Mastakovich started and straightened up his respectable body. The red-haired boy was even more alarmed. He let go the hand of the girl, sidled along the wall, and escaped through the drawing-room into the dining-room. Not to attract attention, Julian Mastakovich also made for the dining-room. He was red as a lobster. The sight of himself in a mirror seemed to embarrass him. Presumably, he was annoyed at his own ardor and impatience. Without due respect to his importance and dignity, His calculations had lured and prickled him to the greedy eagerness of a boy who makes straight for his object, though this was not yet an object. It only would be so in 5 years' time. I followed the worthy man into the dining room, where I witnessed a remarkable play. Julian Mastakovich, all flushed with vexation, venom in his look, began to threaten the red-haired boy. The red-haired boy retreated farther and farther, until there was no place left for him to retreat to, and he did not know where to turn in his fright. "Get out of here! What are you doing here? Get out, I say, you good-for-nothing! Stealing fruit, are you? Oh so, stealing fruit! Get out, you freckle-face! Go to your likes!" The frightened child, as a last desperate resort, crawled quickly under the table. His persecutor, completely infuriated, pulled out his large linen handkerchief and used it as a lash to drive the boy out of his position. Here I must remark that Julian Mastakovich was a somewhat corpulent man, heavy, well-fed, puffy-cheeked, with a paunch and ankles as round as nuts. He perspired and puffed and panted. So strong was his dislike, or was it jealousy, of the child, that he actually began to carry on like a madman. I laughed heartily. Julian Mastakovich turned. He was utterly confused and for a moment apparently quite oblivious of his immense importance. At that moment our host appeared in the doorway opposite. The boy crawled out from under the table and wiped his knees and elbows. Julian Mastakovich hastened to carry his handkerchief, which had been dangling by the corner, to his nose. Our host looked at the three of us rather suspiciously, but, like a man who knows the world and can readily adjust himself, he seized upon the opportunity to lay hold of his very valuable guest and get what he wanted out of him. "Here's the boy I was talking to you about," he said, indicating the red-haired child. "I took the liberty of presuming on your goodness in his behalf." "Oh," replied Julian Mastakovich, still not quite master of himself. "He's my governess's son," our host continued in a beseeching tone. "She's a poor creature, the widow of an honest official. That's why, if it were possible for you—" "Impossible! Impossible!" Julian Mastakovich cried hastily. "You must excuse me, Philip Alexeyevich. I really cannot. I've made inquiries. There are no vacancies, and there is a waiting list of 10 who have a greater right. I'm very sorry." "Too bad," said our host. "He's a quiet, unobtrusive child." "A very naughty little rascal, I should say," said Julian Mastakovich wryly. "Go away, boy. Why are you still here? Be off with you to the other children." Unable to control himself, he gave me a sidelong glance. Nor could I control myself. I laughed straight in his face. He turned away and asked our host, in tones quite audible to me, who that odd young fellow was. They whispered to each other and left the room, disregarding me. I shook with laughter. Then I too went to the drawing room. There the great man, already surrounded by the fathers and mothers and the host and the hostess, had begun to talk eagerly with a lady to whom he had just been introduced. The lady held the rich little girl's hand. Julian Mastakovich went into fulsome praise of her. He waxed ecstatic over the dear child's beauty, her talents, her grace, her excellent breeding, plainly laying himself out to flatter the mother, who listened scarcely able to restrain tears of joy, while the father showed his delight by a gratified smile. The joy was contagious. Everybody shared in it. Even the children were obliged to stop playing so as not to disturb the conversation. The atmosphere was surcharged with awe. I heard the mother of the important little girl, touched to her profoundest depths, ask Julian Mastakovich, in the choicest language of courtesy, whether he would honor them by coming to see them. I heard Julian Mastakovich accept the invitation with unfeigned enthusiasm. Then the guests scattered decorously to different parts of the room, and I heard them, with veneration in their tones, extol the businessman, the businessman's wife, the businessman's daughter, and especially Julian Mastakovich. "Is he married?" I asked out loud of an acquaintance of mine standing beside Julian Mastakovich. Julian Mastakovich gave me a venomous look. "No," answered my acquaintance, profoundly shocked by my intentional indiscretion. Not long ago I passed a church. I was struck by the concourse of people gathering there to witness a wedding. It was a dreary day. A drizzling rain was beginning to come down. I made my way through the throng into the church. The bridegroom was a round, well-fed, pot-bellied little man, very much dressed up. He ran and fussed about and gave orders and arranged things. Finally, word was passed that the bride was coming. I pushed through the crowd and I beheld a marvelous beauty whose first spring was scarcely commencing. But the beauty was pale and sad. She looked distracted. It seemed to me even that her eyes were red from recent weeping. The classic severity of every line of her face imparted a peculiar significance and solemnity to her beauty. But through that severity and solemnity, through the sadness, shone the innocence of a child. There was something inexpressibly naive, unsettled, and young in her features, which, without words, seemed to plead for mercy. They said she was just 16 years old. I looked at the bridegroom carefully. Suddenly I recognized Julian Mastakovich, whom I had not seen again in all those 5 years. Then I looked at the bride again. Good God! I made my way as quickly as I could out of the church. I heard gossiping in the crowd about the bride's wealth, about her dowry of 500,000 rubles, so and so much for pocket money. Then his calculations were correct, I thought, as I pressed out into the street. End of The Christmas Tree and the Wedding by Fyodor Dostoevsky.
Desiree's Baby by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. Desiree's Baby by Kate Chopin. As the day was pleasant, Madame Valmondé drove over to La Brie to see Désirée and the baby. It made her laugh to think of Désirée with a baby. Why, it seemed but yesterday that Désirée was little more than a baby herself, when Monsieur, in riding through the gateway of Valmondé, had found her lying asleep in the shadow of the big stone pillar. The little one awoke in his arms and began to cry for Dada. That was as much as she could do or say. Some people thought that she might have strayed there of her own accord, for she was of the toddling age. The prevailing belief was that she had been purposely left there by a party of Texans, whose canvas-covered wagon, late in the day, had crossed the ferry that Cotonnes kept, just below the plantation. In time, Madame Valmondé abandoned every speculation but the one that Désirée had been sent to her, by a beneficent providence, to be the child of her affection, seeing that she was without child of the flesh. For the girl grew to be beautiful and gentle, affectionate and sincere, the idol of Valmondé. It was no wonder when she stood one day against the stone pillar in whose shadow she had lain asleep 18 years before, that Armand Aubigny, riding by and seeing her there, had fallen in love with her. That was the way all the Aubignys fell in love, as if struck by a pistol shot. The wonder was that he had not loved her before, for he had known her since his father brought him home from Paris, a boy of 8, after his mother died there. The passion that awoke in him that day, when he saw her at the gate, swept along like an avalanche, or like a prairie fire, or like anything that drives headlong over all obstacles. Monsieur Valmondé grew practical, and wanted things well considered, that is, the girl's obscure origin. Armand looked into her eyes and did not care. He was reminded that she was nameless. What did it matter about a name when he could give her one of the oldest and proudest in Louisiana? He ordered the corbeille from Paris, and contained himself with what patience he could until it arrived. Then they were married. Madame Valmondé had not seen Désirée and the baby for 4 weeks. When she reached La Brie, she shuddered at the first sight of it, as she always did. It was a sad-looking place, which for many years had not known the gentle presence of a mistress. Old Monsieur Aubigny having married and buried his wife in France, and she having loved her own land too well ever to leave it. The roof came down steep and black like a cowl reaching out beyond the wide galleries that encircled the yellow stuccoed house. Big solemn oaks grew close to it, and their thick-leaved, far-reaching branches shadowed it like a pall. Young Aubigny's rule was a strict one, too, and under it his negroes had forgotten how to be gay, as they had been during the old master's easy-going and indulgent lifetime. The young mother was recovering slowly, and lay full length, in her soft white muslins and laces, upon a couch. The baby was beside her, upon her arm, where he had fallen asleep at her breast. The yellow nurse-woman sat beside a window, fanning herself. Madame Valmondé bent her portly figure over Désirée and kissed her, holding her an instant tenderly in her arms. Then she turned to the child. "This is not the baby!" she exclaimed in startled tones. French was the language spoken at Valmondé in those days. "I knew you would be astonished," laughed Désirée, "at the way he has grown. The little cochon de lait! Look at his legs, mamma, and his hands and fingernails. Real fingernails. Zandrine had to cut them this morning. Isn't it so, Zandrine?" The woman bowed her turbaned head majestically. "Merci, madame." "And the way he cries," went on Désirée, "is deafening. Armand heard him the other day as far away as La Blanche's cabin." Madame Valmondé had never removed her eyes from the child. She picked it up and walked with it over to the window that was lightest. She scanned it narrowly, then looked as searchingly at Zandrine, whose face was turned to gaze across the fields. "Yes, the child has grown, has changed," said Madame Valmondé slowly, as she replaced it beside its mother. "What does Armand say?" Désirée's face became suffused with a glow that was happiness itself. "Oh, Armand is the proudest father in the parish, I believe, chiefly because it's a boy, to bear his name, though he says not, that he would have loved a girl as well. But I know it isn't true. I know he says that to please me. And, mamma," she added, drawing Madame Valmondé's head down to her, and speaking in a whisper, "he hasn't punished one of them, not one of them, since baby is born. Even Négrillon, who pretended to have burnt his leg that he might rest from work. He only laughed and said Négrillon was a great scamp. Oh, mamma, I'm so happy it frightens me." What Désirée said was true. Marriage, and later the birth of his son, had softened Armand Aubigny's imperious and exacting nature greatly. This was what made the gentle Désirée so happy, for she loved him desperately. When he frowned, she trembled, but loved him. When he smiled, she asked no greater blessing of God, but Armand's dark, handsome face had not often been disfigured by frowns since the day he fell in love with her. When the baby was about 3 months old, Désirée awoke one day to the conviction that there was something in the air menacing her peace. It was at first too subtle to grasp. It had only been a disquieting suggestion, an air of mystery among the blacks, unexpected visits from far-off neighbours who could hardly account for their coming. Then a strange and awful change in her husband's manner, which she dared not ask him to explain. When he spoke to her, it was with averted eyes, from which the old love light seemed to have gone out. He absented himself from home, and when there, avoided her presence and that of her child, without excuse, and the very spirit of Satan seemed suddenly to take hold of him in his dealings with the slaves. Désirée was miserable enough to die. She sat in her room, one hot afternoon, in her peignoir, listlessly drawing through her fingers the strands of her long, silky brown hair that hung about her shoulders. The baby, half naked, lay asleep upon her own great mahogany bed that was like a sumptuous throne with its satin-lined half-canopy. One of La Blanche's little quadroon boys, half naked too, stood fanning the child slowly with a fan of peacock feathers. Désirée's eyes had been fixed absently and sadly upon the baby, while she was striving to penetrate the threatening mist that she felt closing about her. She looked from her child to the boy who stood beside him, and back again, over and over. "Ah!" It was a cry that she could not help, which she was not conscious of having uttered. The blood turned like ice in her veins, and a clammy moisture gathered upon her face. She tried to speak to the little quadroon boy, but no sound would come at first. When he heard his name uttered, he looked up, and his mistress was pointing to the door. He laid aside the great soft fan, and obediently stole away, over the polished floor, on his bare tiptoes. She stayed motionless, with gaze riveted upon her child, and her face the picture of fright. Presently her husband entered the room, and without noticing her, went to a table, and began to search among some papers which covered it. "Armand!" she called to him, in a voice which must have stabbed him if he was human. But he did not notice. "Armand!" she said again. Then she rose and tottered toward him. "Armand!" she panted once more, clutching his arm. "Look at our child. What does it mean? Tell me." He coldly but gently loosened her fingers from about his arm and thrust the hand away from him. "Tell me what it means," she cried despairingly. "It means," he answered lightly, "that the child is not white. It means that you are not white." A quick connection of all that this accusation meant to her nerved her with unwonted courage to deny it. "It is a lie! It is not true! I am white! Look at my hair! It is brown, and my eyes are gray. Armand, you know they are gray! And my skin is fair," seizing his wrist. "Look at my hand, whiter than yours, Armand." She laughed hysterically. "As white as La Blanche's," he said cruelly, and went away, leaving her alone with their child. When she could hold a pen in her hand, she sent a despairing letter to Madame Valmondé. "My mother, they tell me I am not white. Armand has told me I am not white. For God's sake, tell them it is not true. You must know it is not true. I shall die. I must die. I cannot be so unhappy and live." The answer that came was as brief. "My own Désirée, come home to Valmondé. Back to your mother who loves you. Come with your child." When the letter reached Désirée, she went with it to her husband's study and laid it open upon the desk before which he sat. She was like a stone image, silent, white, motionless, after she placed it there. In silence he ran his cold eyes over the written words. He said nothing. "Shall I go, Armand?" she asked, in tones sharp with agonized suspense. "Yes, go." "Do you want me to go?" "Yes, I want you to go." He thought Almighty God had dealt cruelly and unjustly with him, and felt somehow that he was paying him back in kind when he stabbed thus into his wife's soul. Moreover, he no longer loved her because of the unconscious injury she had brought upon his home and his name. She turned away like one stunned by a blow and walked slowly towards the door, hoping he would call her back. "Good bye, Armand," she moaned. He did not answer her. This was his last blow at fate. After it was dealt, he felt like a remorseless murderer. Désirée went in search of her child. Zandrine was pacing the sombre gallery with it. She took the little one from the nurse's arms, and with no word of explanation, and descending the steps, walked away under the live oak branches. It was an October afternoon. Out in the still fields the negroes were picking cotton, and the sun was just sinking. Désirée had not changed the thin white garment, nor the slippers which she wore. Her head was uncovered, and the sun's rays brought a golden gleam from its brown meshes. She did not take the broad beaten road which led to the far-off plantation of Valmondé. She walked across a deserted field, where the stubble bruised her tender feet, so delicately shod, and tore her thin gown to shreds. She disappeared among the reeds and willows that grew thick along the banks of the deep, sluggish bayou, and she did not come back again. Some weeks later, there was a curious scene enacted at L'Abri. In the center of the smoothly swept backyard was a great bonfire. Armand Aubigny sat in the wide hallway that commanded a view of the spectacle, and it was he who dealt out to a half-dozen negroes the material which kept this fire ablaze. A graceful cradle of willow, with all its dainty furbishings, was laid upon the pyre, which had already been fed with the richness of a priceless layette. Then there were silk gowns and velvet and satin ones added to these too, laces too, and embroideries, bonnets and gloves, for the corbeille had been of rare quality. The last thing to go was a tiny bundle of letters, innocent little scribblings that Désirée had sent to him during the days of their espousal. There was the remnant of one back in the drawer from which he took them, but it was not Désirée's. It was part of an old letter from his mother to his father. He read it. She was thanking God for the blessing of her husband's love. But above all, she wrote, night and day, I thank the good God for having so arranged our lives that our dear Armand will never know that his mother, who adores him, belongs to the race that is cursed with the brand of slavery. This concludes the reading of Désirée's Baby by Kate Chopin. Read for you by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, November 2008.
The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephanie Bryant. The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. $1.87. That was all. And 60 cents of it was in pennies. Pennies saved 1 and 2 at a time by bulldozing the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher until one's cheeks burned with the silent imputation of parsimony that such close dealing implied. 3 times Della counted it. $1.87. And the next day would be Christmas. There was clearly nothing to do but flop down on the shabby little couch and howl. So Della did it, which instigates the moral reflection that life is made up of sobs, sniffles, and smiles, with sniffles predominating. While the mistress of the home is gradually subsiding from the first stage to the second, take a look at the home. A furnished flat at $8 per week. It did not exactly beggar description, but it certainly had that word on the lookout for the mendicancy squad. In the vestibule below was a letter box into which no letter would go, and an electric button from which no mortal finger could coax a ring. Also appertaining thereunto was a card bearing the name Mr. James Dillingham Young. The Dillingham had been flung to the breeze during a former period of prosperity when its possessor was being paid $30 per week. Now, when the income was shrunk to $20, though, they were thinking seriously of contracting to a modest and unassuming D. But whenever Mr. James Dillingham Young came home and reached his flat above, he was called Jim, and greatly hugged by Mrs. James Dillingham Young, already introduced to you as Della, which is all very good. Della finished her cry and attended to her cheeks with the powder rag. She stood by the window and looked out dully at a gray cat walking a gray fence in a gray backyard. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, and she had only $1.87 with which to buy Jim a present. She had been saving every penny she could for months, with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far. Expenses had been greater than she had calculated. They always are. Only $1.87 to buy a present for Jim. Her Jim. Many a happy hour she had spent planning for something nice for him, something fine and rare and sterling, something just a little bit near to being worthy of the honor of being owned by Jim. There was a pier glass between the windows of the room. Perhaps you have seen a pier glass in an $8 flat. A very thin and very agile person may, by observing his reflection in a rapid sequence of longitudinal strips, obtain a fairly accurate conception of his looks. Della, being slender, had mastered the art. Suddenly she whirled from the window and stood before the glass. Her eyes were shining brilliantly, but her face had lost its color within 20 seconds. Rapidly she pulled down her hair and let it fall to its full length. Now, there were 2 possessions of the James Dillingham Youngs in which they both took a mighty pride. One was Jim's gold watch that had been his father's and his grandfather's. The other was Della's hair. Had the Queen of Sheba lived in the flat across the air shaft, Della would have let her hair hang out the window some day to dry, just to depreciate Her Majesty's jewels and gifts. Had King Solomon been the janitor, with all his treasures piled up in the basement, Jim would have pulled out his watch every time he passed, just to see him pluck at his beard from envy. So now Della's beautiful hair fell about her, rippling and shining, like a cascade of brown waters. It reached below her knee and made itself almost a garment for her. And then she did it up again nervously and quickly. Once she faltered for a minute and stood still while a tear or two splashed on the worn red carpet. On went her old brown jacket. On went her old brown hat. With a whirl of skirts, and with the brilliant sparkle still in her eyes, she fluttered out the door and down the stairs to the street. Where she stopped, the sign read, Madame Sofronie, hair goods of all kinds. 1 flight up Della ran and collected herself, panting. Madame, large, too white, chilly, hardly looked the Sofronie. Will you buy my hair? Asked Della. I buy hair, said Madame. Take your hat off, and let's have a sight at the looks of it. Down rippled the brown cascade. $20, said Madame, lifting the mass with a practised hand. Give it to me quick, said Della. Oh, and the next 2 hours tripped by on rosy wings. Forget the hashed metaphor. She was ransacking the stores for Jim's present. She found it at last. It surely had been made for Jim and no one else. There was no other like it in any of the stores, and she had turned all of them inside out. It was a platinum fob chain, simple and chaste in design, properly proclaiming its value by substance alone, and not by meretricious ornamentation, as all good things should do. It was even worthy of the watch. As soon as she saw it, she knew that it must be Jim's. It was like him. Quietness and value, the description applied to both. $21 they took from her for it, and she hurried home with the 87 cents. With that chain on his watch, Jim might be properly anxious about the time in any company. Grand as the watch was, he sometimes looked at it on the sly, on account of the old leather strap that he used in place of a chain. When Della reached home, her intoxication gave way a little to prudence and reason. She got out her curling irons and lighted the gas and went to work repairing the ravages made by generosity added to love. Which is always a tremendous task, dear friends. A mammoth task. Within 40 minutes her head was covered with tiny, close-lying curls that made her look wonderfully like a truant schoolboy. She looked at her reflection in the mirror long, carefully, and critically. If Jim doesn't kill me, she said to herself, before he takes a second look at me, he'll say I look like a Coney Island chorus girl. But what could I do? Oh, what could I do with $1.87? At 7 o'clock the coffee was made, and the frying pan was on the back of the stove, hot and ready to cook the chops. Jim was never late. Della doubled the fob chain in her hand and sat on the corner of the table near the door that he always entered. Then she heard his step on the stair away down on the first flight, and she turned white for just a moment. She had a habit of saying a little silent prayer about the simplest everyday things, and now she whispered, "Please God, make him think I am still pretty." The door opened, and Jim stepped in and closed it. He looked thin and very serious. Poor fellow, he was only 22, and to be burdened with a family. He needed a new overcoat, and he was without gloves. Jim stopped inside the door, as immovable as a setter at the scent of a quail. His eyes were fixed upon Della, and there was an expression in them that she could not read, and it terrified her. It was not anger, nor surprise, nor disapproval, nor horror, nor any of the sentiments that she had been prepared for. He simply stared at her fixedly with that peculiar expression on his face. Della wriggled off the table and went for him. "Jim, darling," she cried, "don't look at me that way. I had my hair cut off and sold because I couldn't have lived through Christmas without giving you a present. It'll grow out again. You won't mind, will you? I just had to do it. My hair grows awfully fast. Say Merry Christmas, Jim, and let's be happy. You don't know what a beautiful nice gift I've got for you." "You've cut off your hair?" asked Jim, laboriously, as if he had not arrived at that patent fact yet, even after the hardest mental labor. "Cut it off and sold it," said Della. "Don't you like me just as well anyhow? I'm me without my hair, ain't I?" Jim looked about the room curiously. "You say your hair is gone," he said, with an air almost of idiocy. "You needn't look for it," said Della. "It's sold, I tell you. Sold and gone, too. It's Christmas Eve, boy. Be good to me, for it went for you. Maybe the hairs of my head were numbered," she went on with sudden serious sweetness, "but nobody could ever count my love for you. Shall I put the chops on, Jim?" Out of his trance, Jim seemed quickly to wake. He enfolded his Della. For 10 seconds let us regard with discreet scrutiny some inconsequential object in the other direction. $8 a week or $1 million a year, what is the difference? A mathematician or a wit would give you the wrong answer. The Magi brought valuable gifts, but that was not among them. This dark assertion will be illuminated later on. Jim drew a package from his overcoat pocket and threw it upon the table. "Don't make any mistake, Dell," he said, "about me. I don't think there's anything in the way of a haircut, or a shave, or a shampoo that could make me like my girl any less. But if you'll unwrap that package, you may see why you had me going a while at first." White fingers and nimble tore at the string and paper, and then an ecstatic scream of joy, and then, alas, a quick feminine change to hysterical tears and wails, necessitating the immediate employment of all the comforting powers of the lord of the flat. For there lay the combs, the set of combs, side and back, that Della had worshipped long in a Broadway window. Beautiful combs, pure tortoise shell, with jeweled rims, just the shade to wear in the beautiful, vanished hair. They were expensive combs, she knew, and her heart had simply craved and yearned over them without the least hope of possession. And now they were hers, but the tresses that should have adorned the coveted adornments were gone. But she hugged them to her bosom, and at length she was able to look up with dim eyes and a smile and say, "My hair grows so fast, Jim." And then Della leaped up like a singed cat and cried, "Oh, oh!" Jim had not yet seen his beautiful present. She held it out to him eagerly upon her open palm. The dull, precious metal seemed to flash with a reflection of her bright and ardent spirit. "Isn't it a dandy, Jim? I hunted all over town to find it. You'll have to look at the time 100 times a day now. Give me your watch. I want to see how it looks on it." Instead of obeying, Jim tumbled down on the couch and put his hands under the back of his head and smiled. "Dell," said he, "let's put our Christmas presents away and keep 'em a while. They're too nice to use just at present. I sold the watch to get the money to buy your combs. And now suppose you put the chops on." The Magi, as you know, were wise men, wonderfully wise men, who brought gifts to the babe in the manger. They invented the art of giving Christmas presents. Being wise, their gifts were no doubt wise ones, possibly bearing the privilege of exchange in case of duplication. And here I have lamely related to you the uneventful chronicle of two foolish children in a flat who most unwisely sacrificed for each other the greatest treasures of their house. But in a last word to the wise of these days, let it be said that of all who give gifts, these two were the wisest. Of all who give and receive gifts, such as they are wisest. Everywhere they are wisest. They are the Magi. End of The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. Recording by Stephanie Bryant, El Paso, Texas, www.mortain.com/blog, November 16, 2008.
In Zaccarath by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by G.C. Fournier. In Zaccarath by Lord Dunsany. "Come," said the king in sacred Zaccarath, "and let our prophets prophesy before us." A far-seen jewel of light was the holy palace, a wonder to the nomads on the plains. There was the king with all his underlords, and the lesser kings that did him vassalage, and there were all his queens with all their jewels upon them. Who shall tell of the splendor in which they sat, of the thousand lights and the answering emeralds, of the dangerous beauty of that horde of queens, or the flash of their laden necks? There was a necklace there of rose-pink pearls beyond the art of the dreamer to imagine. Who shall tell of the amethyst chandeliers, where torches, soaked in rare Byrrhenian oils, burned and gave off a scent of blethany? This herb marvellous, which, growing near the summit of Mount Zaumnos, scents all the Zaumnian range, and is smelt far out on the Capuscrian plains. And even when the wind is from the mountains in the streets of the city of Argonath, at night it closes its petals and is heard to breathe, and its breath is a swift poison. This it does even by day if the snows are disturbed about it. No plant of this has ever been captured alive by a hunter. Enough to say that when the dawn came up, it appeared by contrast pallid and unlovely, and stripped bare of all its glory, so that it hid itself with rolling clouds. Then the herald stepped through the ranks of the king's silk-clad warriors, who lay oiled and scented upon velvet cloaks, with a pleasant breeze among them caused by the fans of slaves. Even their casting spears were set with jewels. Through their ranks the heralds went with mincing steps, and came to the prophets, clad in brown and black, and one of them they brought and set before the king. And the king looked at him and said, "Prophesy unto us." And the prophet lifted his head, so that his beard came clear from his brown cloak, and the fans of the slaves that fan the warriors wafted the tip of it a little awry. And he spake to the king, and spake thus: "Woe unto thee, king, and woe unto Zacharath! Woe unto thee, and woe unto thy women! For your fall shall be sore and soon. Already in heaven the gods shun thy God. They know his doom, and what is written of him. He sees oblivion before him like a mist. Thou hast aroused the hate of the mountaineers. They hate thee all along the crags of Droom. The evilness of thy days shall bring down the Zedians on thee, as the sons of springtide bring the avalanche down. They shall do unto Zacharath as the avalanche doth unto the hamlets of the valley." When the queens chattered or tittered among themselves, he merely raised his voice and still spake on. "Woe to these walls and the carven things upon them! The hunter shall know the camping places of the nomads by the marks of the campfires on the plain, but he shall not know the place of Zacharath." A few of the recumbent warriors turned their heads to glance at the prophet when he ceased. Far overhead the echoes of his voice hummed on a while among the cedar rafters. "Is he not splendid?" said the king. And many of that assembly beat with their palms upon the polished floor in token of applause. Then the prophet was conducted back to his place at the far end of that mighty hall, and for a while musicians played on marvelous curved horns, while drums throbbed behind them hidden in a recess. The musicians were sitting cross-legged on the floor, all blowing their huge horns in the brilliant torchlight. But as the drums throbbed louder in the dark, they arose and moved slowly nearer to the king. Louder and louder drummed the drums in the dark, and nearer moved the men with the horns, so that their music should not be drowned by the drums before it reached the king. A marvelous scene it was when the tempestuous horns were halted before the king, and the drums in the dark were like the thunder of God, and the queens were nodding their heads in time to the music, with their diadems flashing like heavens of falling stars. And the warriors lifted their heads and shook, as they lifted them, the plumes of those golden birds which hunters wait for by the Lydian lakes, in a whole lifetime killing scarcely 6, to make the crests that the warriors wore when they feasted in Zacharath. Then the king shouted, and the warriors sang. Almost they remembered then old battle chants. And as they sang, the sound of the drums dwindled, and the musicians walked away backwards, and the drumming became fainter and fainter as they walked, and altogether ceased, and they blew no more on their fantastic horns. Then the assemblage beat on the floor with their palms. And afterwards the queens besought the king to send for another prophet. And the heralds brought a singer and placed him before the king. And the singer was a young man with a harp, and he swept the strings of it, and when there was silence he sang of the iniquity of the king. And he foretold the onrush of the Zedians, and the fall and the forgetting of Zaccarath, and the coming again of the desert to its own, and the playing about of little lion cubs where the courts of the palace had stood. "Of what is he singing?" said a queen to a queen. "He is singing of everlasting Zaccarath." As the singer ceased, the assemblage beat listlessly on the floor, and the king nodded to him, and he departed. When all the prophets had prophesied to them, and all the singers sung, the royal company arose and went to other chambers, leaving the hall of festival to the pale and lonely dawn. And alone were left the lion-headed gods that were carven out of the walls. Silent they stood, and their rocky arms were folded, and shadows over their faces moved like curious thoughts as torches flickered and the dull dawn crossed the fields, and the colors began to change in the chandeliers. When the last lutanist fell asleep, the birds began to sing. Never was greater splendor or a more famous hall. When the queens went away through the curtained door with all their diadems, it was as though the stars should arise in their stations and troop together to the west at sunrise. And only the other day I found a stone that had undoubtedly been a part of Zaccarath. It was 3 inches long and an inch broad. I saw the edge of it uncovered by the sand. I believe only 3 other pieces have been found like it. End of In Zaccarath by Lord Dunsany.
John G. by Catherine Mayo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Floating Dave. John G. by Catherine Mayo. It was 9 o'clock of a wild night in December. For 48 hours it had been raining after a heavy fall of snow. Still the torrents descended, lashed by a screaming wind, and song of rushing water mingled with the cry of the gale. Each steep street of the hill town of Greensburg lay inches deep under a tearing flood. The cold was as great as cold may be while rain is falling. A night to give thanks for shelter overhead and to hug the hearth with gratitude. First Sergeant Price, at his desk in the barracks office, was honorably grinding law. Most honorably because when he had gone to take the book from the shelf in the day room, Barrack Room Ballads had smiled down upon him with a heart-aching echo of the soft, familiar East, so that of a sudden he had fairly smelt the sweet, strange, heathen smell of the temples of Tientsin, had seen the flash of a parrot's wing in the bolo-toothed Philippine jungle, and the sight and the smell on a night like this were enough to make any man lonely. Therefore it was with honor indeed that instead of dreaming off into the radiant past through the well-thumbed book of magic, he was digging between deep sheepskin covers after the key to the bar of the state on which his will was fixed. Now, a man who, being a member of the Pennsylvania State Police, aspires to qualify admission to the bar, has his work cut out for him. The calls of his regular duty, endless in number and kind, leave him no certain leisure, and few and broken are the hours that he gets for books. "Confound the Latin," grumbled the sergeant, grabbing his head with 2 hands. "Well, anyway, here's my night for it. Even the crooks will lie snug in weather like this. And he took a fresh hold of the poser. Suddenly, buzz, went the bell beside him, and before its voice ceased, he stood at salute in the door of the captain's office. "Sergeant," said Captain Adams with a half-turn of his desk chair, "how soon can you take to the field?" 5 minutes, sir. There's trouble over in the foundry town. The local authorities have jailed some IWW plotters. They state that a jail delivery is threatened, that the sheriff can't control it, and that they believe the mob will run amok generally and shoot up the town. Take a few men, go over and attend to it. Very well, sir. In the time that goes to saddling a horse, the detail rode into the storm. First Sergeant Price, on John G., leading. John G. had belonged to the force exactly as long as had the first sergeant himself, which was from the dawn of the force's existence. And John G. is a gentleman and a soldier, every inch of him. Horse-show judges have affixed their seal to the self-evident fact by the sign of the blue ribbon. But the best proof lies in the personal knowledge of A Troop, soundly built on 12 years' brotherhood. John G. on that diluvian night was 22 years old, and still every whit as clean-limbed, alert, and plucky as his salad days had seen him. Men and horses dived into the gale as swimmers dive into a breaker. It beat their eyes shut with wind and driven water, and as they slid down the hard-pitched city streets, the flood banked up against each planted hoof till it split in folds above the fetlock. Down in the county beyond, mud, slush, and water, clogged with chunks of frost-stricken clay, made worse and still worse going. And so they pushed on through the blackest turmoil toward the river road that should be their highway to Logan's Ferry. They reached that road at last, only to find it as lost as Atlantis, under 20 feet of water. The Allegheny had overflowed her banks, and now there remained no way across short of following the stream up to Pittsburgh and so around, a detour of many miles, long and evil. "And that," said First Sergeant Price, "means getting to the party about 4 hours late. Baby talk and nonsense. By that time they might have burned the place and killed all the people in it. Let's see now. There's a railroad bridge close along here somewhere." They scouted till they found the bridge, but behold, its floor was of cross ties only, of sleepers to carry the rails laid with wide breaks between, gaping down into the deep, dark space whose bed was the roaring river. "Nevertheless," said First Sergeant Price, whose spirits ever soar at the foolish onslaughts of trouble, "nevertheless, we're not going to ride 20 miles further for nothing. There's a railroad yard on the other side. This bridge here runs straight into it. You 2 men, go over, get a couple of good planks, and find out when the next train is due." The 2 troopers whom the sergeant indicated gave their horses to comrades and started across the trestle. For a moment, those who stayed behind could distinguish the rays of their pocket flashlights as they picked out the slimy foothold. Then the whirling night engulfed them, lights and all. The sergeant led the remainder of the detail down into the lee of an abutment to avoid the full drive of the storm. A while they stood waiting, huddled together. But the wait was not long. Presently, like a code signal spelled out on the black overhead, came a series of steady, lengthening flashes, the pocket light glancing between the sleepers as the returning messengers drew near. Scrambling up to rail level, the sergeant saw with content that his emissaries bore on their shoulders between them 2 new pine 2x12s. "No trains due till 5 o'clock in the morning," reported the first across. "Good. Now lay the planks in the middle of the track, end to end, so." The sergeant, dismounting, stood at John G.'s wise old head, stroking his muzzle, whispering into his ear. "Come along, John. It's all right, old man," he finished with a final caress. Then he led John G. to the first plank. "One of you men, walk on each side of him. Now, John." Delicately, nervously, John G. set his feet, step by step, till he had reached the center of the second plank. Then the sergeant talked to him quietly again, while two troopers picked up the board just quitted to lay it in advance. And so, length by length, they made the passage, the horse moving with extremest caution, shivering with full appreciation of the unaccustomed danger, yet steadied by his master's presence and by the friend on either hand. As they moved, the gale wreaked all its fury on them. It was growing colder now, and the rain, changed to sleet, stung their skin with its tiny, sharp-driven blades. The skeleton bridge held them high suspended in the very heart of the storm. Once and again a sudden, more violent gust bid fair to sweep them off their feet. Yet, slowly progressing, they made their port unharmed. Then came the next horse's turn. More than a single mount they dared not lead over at once, lest the contagious fears of one, reacting on another, produce panic. The horse that should rear or shy on that wide-meshed footing would be fairly sure to break a leg at best. So, one by one they followed over, each reaching the farther side before his successor began the transit. And so at last all stood on the opposite bank, ready to follow John G. once more as he led the way to duty. "Come along, John, old man. You know how you'd hate to find a lot of dead women and babies because we got there too late to save them. Make a pace, Johnny boy." The first sergeant was talking gently, leaning over his pommel. But John G. was listening, more from politeness than because he needed a lift. His stride was as steady as a clock. It was 3 hours after midnight on that bitter black morning as they entered the streets of the town, and the streets were as quiet, as peaceful, as empty of men as the heart of the high woods. "Where's the mob?" growled the sergeant. "Guess its mother put it to sleep," a cold, wet trooper growled back. "Well, we thought there was going to be trouble," protested the local power, roused from his featherbed. "It really did look like serious trouble, I assure you, and we could not have handled serious trouble with the means at our command. Moreover, there may easily be something yet. So, gentlemen, I am greatly relieved you have come. I can sleep in peace now that you are here. Good night. Good night." All through the remaining hours of darkness the detail patrolled the town. All through the lean, pale hours of dawn it carefully watched its awakening, guarding each danger point. But never a sign of disturbance did the passing time bring forth. At last, with the coming of the business day, the sergeant sought out the principal men of the place, and from them ascertained the truth. Threats of a jail delivery there had been, and a noisy parade as well, but nothing had occurred or promised beyond the power of an active local officer to handle. Such was the statement of one and all. "I'll just make sure," said the sergeant to himself. Till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the detail continued its patrols. The town and its outskirts remained of an exemplary peace. At 2 o'clock, the sergeant reported by telephone to his captain. "Place is perfectly quiet, sir. Nothing seems to have happened beyond the usual demonstration of a sympathizing crowd over an arrest. Unless something more breaks, the sheriff should be entirely capable of handling the situation." "Report back to the barracks at once," said the captain of a troop. "There's real work waiting here." The first sergeant, hanging up the receiver, went out and gathered his men. Still the storm was raging. Icy snow, blinding sheets of sharp fang smother rode on the racing wind. Worse overhead, worse underfoot would be hard to meet in years of winters. But once again men and horses, without an interval of rest, struck into the open country. Once again on the skeleton bridge they made their precarious crossing, and so at 8:45 at night the detail topped Greensburg's last ice-coated hill and entered the yard of its high-perched barracks. As the first sergeant slung the saddle off John G.'s smoking back, Corporal Richardson, farrier of the troop, appeared before him, wearing a mien of solemn and grieved displeasure. "It's all very well," he said, "all very well, no doubt, but 86 miles in 24 hours in weather like this is a great deal for any horse, and John G. is 22 years old, as perhaps you may remember. I brought the medicine." 3 solid hours from that very moment the two men worked over John G., and when, at 12 o'clock, they put him up for the night, not a wet hair was left on him. As they washed and rubbed and bandaged, they talked together, mingling the sergeant's trenchantly humorous common sense with the corporal's mellow philosophy. But mostly it was the corporal that spoke, for 24 hours is a fair working day for a sergeant, as well as a troop horse. "I believe in my soul," said the sergeant, "that if a man rode into the stable with 2 arms shot off at the shoulders, you'd make him groom his horse with his teeth and his toes for a couple of hours before you'd let him hunt a doctor." "Well," rejoined Corporal Richardson in his soft southern tongue, "and what if I did? Even if that man died of it, he'd thank me heartily afterward. You know, when you and I and the rest of the world, each in our turn, come to heaven's gate, there'll be St. Peter before it with the keys safe in his pocket. And over the shining wall behind, from inside, mind you, will be poking a great lot of heads. Innocent heads with innocent eyes. Heads of horses and of all the other animals that on this earth are friends of man, put at his mercy and helpless. And it's clear to me, over John, just so, boy, that before St. Peter unlocks the gate for a single one of us, he'll turn around to that long row of heads and he'll say, 'Blessed animals in the field of paradise, is this a man that should enter? And if the animals, they that were placed in his hands on earth to prove the heart that was within him, if the immortal animals have aught to say against that man, never will the good saint let him in with his dirty, mean stain upon him. Never. You'll see, Sergeant, when your time's come. Now, will you give those tendons another 10 minutes?' Next morning John G. walked out of his stall as fresh and as fit as if he had come from pasture. And to this very day in the stable of A Troop, John G., handsome, happy, and able, does his friends honor. End of John G. by Catherine Mayo. Recording by Floating Dave.
The Kiss by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. The Kiss by Kate Chopin. It was still quite light out of doors, but inside, with the curtains drawn and the smoldering fire sending out a dim, uncertain glow, the room was full of deep shadows. Brantain sat in one of these shadows. It had overtaken him, and he did not mind. The obscurity lent him courage to keep his eyes fastened as ardently as he liked upon the girl who sat in the firelight. She was very handsome, with a certain fine, rich coloring that belongs to the healthy brune type. She was quite composed, as she idly stroked the satiny coat of the cat that laid curled in her lap, and she occasionally sent a slow glance into the shadow where her companion sat. They were talking low of indifferent things, which plainly were not the things that occupied their thoughts. She knew that he loved her, a frank, blustering fellow without guile enough to conceal his feelings, and no desire to do so. For 2 weeks past he had sought her society eagerly and persistently. She was confidently waiting for him to declare himself, and she meant to accept him. The rather insignificant and unattractive Brantain was enormously rich, and she liked and required the entourage which wealth could give her. During one of the pauses between their talk of the last tea and the next reception, the door opened, and a young man entered whom Brantain knew quite well. The girl turned her face toward him. A stride or two brought him to her side, and bending over her chair, before she could suspect his intention, for she did not realize that he had not seen her visitor, he pressed an ardent, lingering kiss upon her lips. Brantain slowly arose. So did the girl arise, but quickly, and the newcomer stood between them, a little amusement and some defiance struggling with the confusion in his face. "I believe," stammered Brantain, "I see I have stayed too long. I had no idea. That is, I must wish you good-bye." He was clutching his hat with both hands, and probably did not perceive that she was extending her hand to him. Her presence of mind had not completely deserted her, but she could not have trusted herself to speak. "Hang me if I saw him sitting there, Natty. I know it's deuced awkward for you, but I hope you'll forgive me this once, this very first break. Why, what's the matter?" "Don't touch me! Don't come near me!" she returned angrily. "What do you mean by entering the house without ringing?" "I came in with your brother, as I often do," he answered coldly, in self-justification. "We came in the side way. He went upstairs, and I came in here hoping to find you. The explanation is simple enough, and ought to satisfy you that the misadventure was unavoidable. But do say that you forgive me, Natalie," he entreated, softening. "Forgive you? You don't know what you are talking about. Let me pass. It depends upon a good deal whether I ever forgive you." At that next reception which she and Brantain had been talking about, she approached the young man with a delicious frankness of manner when she saw him there. "Will you let me speak to you a moment or two, Mr. Brantain?" she asked with an engaging but perturbed smile. He seemed extremely unhappy, but when she took his arm and walked away with him, seeking a retired corner, a ray of hope mingled with the almost comical misery of his expression. She was apparently very outspoken. "Perhaps I should not have sought this interview, Mr. Brantain, oh, I have been very uncomfortable, almost miserable since that little encounter the other afternoon, when I thought how you might have misinterpreted it and believed things." Hope was plainly gaining the ascendancy over misery in Brantain's round, guileless face. "Of course, I know it is nothing to you, but for my own sake I do want you to understand that Mr. Harvey is an intimate friend of long standing. Why, we have always been like cousins, like brother and sister, I may say. He is my brother's most intimate associate, and often fancies that he is entitled to the same privileges as the family. Oh, I know it is absurd, uncalled for, to tell you this, undignified even." She was almost weeping. "But it makes so much difference to me what you think of me." Her voice had grown very low and agitated. The misery had all disappeared from Brantain's face. "Then you do really care what I think, Miss Natalie? May I call you Miss Natalie?" They turned into a long, dim corridor that was lined on either side with tall, graceful plants. They walked slowly to the very end of it. When they turned to retrace their steps, Brantain's face was radiant, and hers was triumphant. Harvey was among the guests at the wedding, and he sought her out in a rare moment when she stood alone. "Your husband," he said, smiling, "has sent me over to kiss you." A quick blush suffused her face and round, polished throat. "I suppose it's natural for a man to feel and act generously on an occasion of this kind. He tells me he doesn't want his marriage to interrupt wholly that pleasant intimacy which has existed between you and me. I don't know what you've been telling him," with an insolent smile, "but he has sent me here to kiss you." She felt like a chess player who, by the clever handling of his pieces, sees the game taking the course intended. Her eyes were bright and tender with a smile as they glanced up into his, and her lips looked hungry for the kiss which they invited. "But you know," he went on quietly, I didn't tell him so. It would have seemed ungrateful, but I can tell you. I've stopped kissing women. It's dangerous. Well, she had Brantain and his million left. A person can't have everything in this world, and it was a little unreasonable of her to expect it. End of The Kiss.
A Lickpenny Lover by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Robinson. A Lickpenny Lover by O. Henry. There were 3,000 girls in the biggest store. Macy was one of them. She was 18 and a saleslady in the gents' gloves. Here she became versed in two varieties of human beings. The kind of gents who buy their gloves in department stores, and the kind of women who buy gloves for unfortunate gents. Besides this wide knowledge of the human species, Macy had acquired other information. She had listened to the promulgated wisdom of the 2,999 other girls, and had stored it in a brain that was as secretive and wary as that of a Maltese cat. Perhaps nature, foreseeing that she would lack wise counselors, had mingled the saving ingredient of shrewdness along with her beauty, as she has endowed the silver fox of the priceless fur above the other animals with cunning. For Macy was beautiful. She was a deep-tinted blonde, with the calm poise of a lady who cooks butter cakes in a window. She stood behind her counter in the biggest store, and as you closed your hand over the tape line for your glove measure, you thought of Hebe. And as you looked again, you wondered how she had come by Minerva's eyes. When the floor walker was not looking, Macy chewed Tutti Frutti. When he was looking, she gazed up as if at the clouds, and smiled wistfully. That is the shop-girl's smile, and I enjoin you to shun it, unless you are well fortified with callosity of the heart, caramels, and a congeniality for the capers of Cupid. This smile belonged to Macy's recreation hours and not to the store. But the floor walker must have his own. He is the Shylock of the stores. When he comes nosing around, the bridge of his nose is a toll bridge. It is goo-goo eyes or git when he looks toward a pretty girl. Of course, not all floor walkers are thus. Only a few days ago the papers printed news of one over 80 years of age. One day Irving Carter, painter, millionaire, traveler, poet, automobilist, happened to enter the biggest store. It is due to him to add that his visit was not voluntary. Filial duty took him by the collar and dragged him inside, while his mother philandered among the bronze and terracotta statuettes. Carter strolled across to the glove counter in order to shoot a few minutes on the wing. His need for gloves was genuine. He had forgotten to bring a pair with him. But his action hardly calls for apology, because he had never heard of glove-counter flirtations. As he neared the vicinity of his fate, he hesitated, suddenly conscious of this unknown phase of Cupid's less worthy profession. 3 or 4 cheap fellows, sonorously garbed, were leaning over the counters, wrestling with the mediatorial hand coverings while giggling girls played vivacious seconds to their lead upon the strident string of coquetry. Carter would have retreated, but he had gone too far. Macy confronted him behind her counter with a questioning look in eyes as coldly, beautifully, warmly blue as the glint of summer sunshine on an iceberg drifting in southern seas. And then Irving Carter, painter, millionaire, etc., felt a warm flush rise to his aristocratically pale face. But not from diffidence. The blush was intellectual in origin. He knew in a moment that he stood in the ranks of the ready-made youths who wooed the giggling girls at other counters. Himself leaned against the oaken trysting place of a Cockney Cupid with a desire in his heart for the favor of a gloved salesgirl. He was no more than Bill and Jack and Mickey. And then he felt a sudden tolerance for them, and an elating, courageous contempt for the conventions upon which he had fed, and an unhesitating determination to have this perfect creature for his own. When the gloves were paid for and wrapped, Carter lingered for a moment. The dimples at the corners of Macy's damask mouth deepened. All gentlemen who bought gloves lingered in just that way. She curved an arm, showing like Psyche's through her shirt-waist sleeve, and rested an elbow upon the showcase edge. Carter had never before encountered a situation of which he had not been perfect master, but now he stood far more awkward than Bill or Jack or Mickey. He had no chance of meeting this beautiful girl socially. His mind struggled to recall the nature and habits of shopgirls as he had read or heard of them. Somehow he had received the idea that they sometimes did not insist too strictly upon the regular channels of introduction. His heart beat loudly at the thought of proposing an unconventional meeting with this lovely and virginal being, but the tumult in his heart gave him courage. After a few friendly and well-received remarks on general subjects, he laid his card by her hand on the counter. "Will you please pardon me," he said, "if I seem too bold, but I earnestly hope you will allow me the pleasure of seeing you again. There is my name. I assure you that it is with the greatest respect that I ask the favor of becoming one of your acquaintances. May I not hope for the privilege?" Macy knew men, especially men who buy gloves. Without hesitation she looked him frankly and smilingly in the eyes and said, "Sure, I guess you're all right. I don't usually go out with strange gentlemen, though. It ain't quite ladylike. When should you want to see me again?" "As soon as I may," said Carter. "If you would allow me to call at your home, Macy laughed musically. "Oh, gee, no," she said emphatically. "If you could see our flat once. There's 5 of us in 3 rooms. I'd just like to see Ma's face if I was to bring a gentleman friend there." "Anywhere, then," said the enamored Carter, "that will be convenient to you." "Say," suggested Macy, with a bright idea look in her peach-blow face, "I guess Thursday night will about suit me. Suppose you come to the corner of 8th Avenue and 48th Street at 7:30. I live right near the corner. But I've got to be back home by 11. Ma never lets me stay out after 11. Carter promised gratefully to keep the tryst, and then hastened to his mother, who was looking about for him to ratify her purchase of a bronze Diana. A salesgirl with small eyes and an obtuse nose strolled near Macy with a friendly leer. "Did you make a hit with his knobs, Maze?" she asked familiarly. "The gentleman asked permission to call," answered Maisie, with the grand air, as she slipped Carter's card into the bosom of her waist. "Permission to call," echoed Small Eyes, with a snigger. "Did he say anything about dinner in the Waldorf and a spin in his auto afterward?" "Oh, cheese it," said Macy, wearily. "You've been used to swell things, I don't think. You've had a swelled head ever since that hose-cart driver took you out to a chop suey joint. No, he never mentioned the Waldorf. But there's a Fifth Avenue address on his card, and if he buys the supper, you can bet your life there won't be no pigtail on the waiter what takes the order." As Carter glided away from the biggest store with his mother in his electric runabout, he bit his lip with a dull pain at his heart. He knew that love had come to him for the first time in all the 29 years of his life, and that the object of it should make so readily an appointment with him at a street corner, though it was a step toward his desires, tortured him with misgivings. Carter did not know the shop girl. He did not know that her home is often either a scarcely habitable tiny room or a domicile filled to overflowing with kith and kin. The street corner is her parlor. The park is her drawing-room. The avenue is her garden walk. Yet, for the most part, she is as inviolate mistress of herself in them as is my lady inside her tapestried chamber. One evening at dusk, 2 weeks after their first meeting, Carter and Macy strolled arm in arm into a little, dimly lit park. They found a bench, tree-shadowed and secluded, and sat there. For the first time his arm stole gently around her. Her golden bronze head slid restfully against his shoulder. "Gee," sighed Maisie thankfully, "why didn't you ever think of that before?" "Maisie," said Carter earnestly, "you surely know that I love you. I ask you sincerely to marry me. You know me well enough by this time to have no doubts of me. I want you, and I must have you. I care nothing for the difference in our stations." "What is the difference?" asked Macy, curiously. "Well, there isn't any," said Carter quickly, "except in the minds of foolish people. It is in my power to give you a life of luxury. My social position is beyond dispute, and my means are ample." "They all say that," remarked Macy. "It's a kid they all give you. I suppose you really work in a delicatessen or follow the races. I ain't as green as I look." "I can furnish you all the proofs you want," said Carter gently. "And I want you, Macy. I loved you the first day I saw you." "They all do," said Macy with an amused laugh. "To hear 'em talk. If I could meet a man that got stuck on me the third time he'd seen me, I think I'd get mashed on him." "Please don't say such things," pleaded Carter. "Listen to me, dear. Ever since I first looked into your eyes, you have been the only woman in the world for me." "Oh, ain't you the kidder?" smiled Macy. "How many other girls did you ever tell that?" But Carter persisted, and at length he reached the flimsy, fluttering little soul of the shop girl that existed somewhere deep down in her lovely bosom. His words penetrated the heart whose very lightness was its safest armor. She looked up at him with eyes that saw, and a warm glow visited her cool cheeks. Tremblingly, awfully, her moth wings closed, and she seemed about to settle upon the flower of love. Some faint glimmer of life and its possibilities on the other side of her glove counter dawned upon her. Carter felt the change and crowded the opportunity. "Marry me, Macy," he whispered softly, "and we will go away from this ugly city to beautiful ones. We will forget work and business, and life will be one long holiday. I know where I should take you. I have been there often. Just think of a shore where summer is eternal, where the waves are always rippling on the lovely beach, and the people are happy and free as children. We will sail to those shores and remain there as long as you please. In one of those faraway cities there are grand and lovely palaces and towers full of beautiful pictures and statues. The streets of the city are water, and one travels about in—" "I know," said Macy, sitting up suddenly. "Gondolas." "Yes," smiled Carter. "I thought so," said Macy. "And then," continued Carter, "we will travel on and see whatever we wish in the world. After the European cities we will visit India and the ancient cities there, and ride on elephants, and see the wonderful temples of the Hindus and Brahmins, and the Japanese gardens, and the camel trains, and chariot races in Persia, and all the queer sights of foreign countries. Don't you think you would like it, Macy?" Macy rose to her feet. "I think we had better be going home," she said coolly. "It's getting late." Carter humored her. He had come to know her varying, thistledown moods, and that it was useless to combat them. But he felt a certain happy triumph. He had held, for a moment, though but by a silken thread, the soul of his wild psyche, and hope was stronger within him. Once she had folded her wings, and her cool hand had closed about his own. At the biggest store the next day, Macy's chum, Lulu, waylaid her in an angle of the counter. "How are you and your swell friend making it?" she asked. "Oh, him," said Macy, patting her side curls. "He ain't in it any more. Say, Lou, what do you think that fellow wanted me to do?" "Go on the stage?" guessed Lulu, breathlessly. "Nit. He's too cheap a guy for that. He wanted me to marry him and go down to Coney Island for a wedding tour." End of A Lickpenny Lover. Recording by Michael Robinson, Carbondale, Illinois.
The Love Letters of Smith by Henry Cuyler Bunner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Karen Cummins. The Love Letters of Smith by Henry Cuyler Bunner. When the little seamstress had climbed to her room in the story over the top story of the great brick tenement house in which she lived, she was quite tired out. If you do not understand what a story over a top story is, you must remember that there are no limits to human greed, and hardly any to the height of tenement houses. When the man who owned that 7-story tenement found that he could rent another floor, he found no difficulty in persuading the guardians of our building laws to let him clap another story on the roof, like a cabin on the deck of a ship. And in the southeasterly of the 4 apartments on this floor, the little seamstress lived. You could just see the top of her window from the street. The huge cornice that had capped the original front, and that served as her windowsill now, quite hid all the lower part of the story on top of the top story. The little seamstress was scarcely 30 years old, but she was such an old-fashioned little body in so many of her looks and ways that I had almost spelled her Simpstress, after the fashion of our grandmothers. She had been a comely body, too, and would have been still if she had not been thin and pale and anxious-eyed. She was tired out tonight because she had been working hard all day for a lady who lived far up in the new wards, beyond Harlem River, and after the long journey home, she had to climb 7 flights of tenement house stairs. She was too tired, both in body and in mind, to cook the 2 little chops she had brought home. She would save them for breakfast, she thought. So she made herself a cup of tea on the miniature stove and ate a slice of dry bread with it. It was too much trouble to make toast. But after dinner, she watered her flowers. She was never too tired for that, and the 6 pots of geraniums that caught the south sun on the top of the cornice did their best to repay her. Then she sat down in her rocking chair by the window and looked out. Her eyrie was high above all the other buildings, and she could look across some low roofs opposite and see the further end of Tompkins Square, with its sparse spring green showing faintly through the dusk. The eternal roar of the city floated up to her and vaguely troubled her. She was a country girl, and although she had lived for 10 years in New York, she had never grown used to that ceaseless murmur. Tonight she felt the languor of the new season as well as the heaviness of physical exhaustion. She was almost too tired to go to bed. She thought of the hard day done and the hard day to be begun after the night spent on the hard little bed. She thought of the peaceful days in the country, when she taught school in the Massachusetts village where she was born. She thought of 100 small slights that she had to bear from people better fed than bred. She thought of the sweet green fields that she rarely saw nowadays. She thought of the long journey forth and back that must begin and end her morrow's work, and she wondered if her employer would think to offer to pay her fare. Then she pulled herself together. She must think of more agreeable things, or she could not sleep. And as the only agreeable things she had to think about were her flowers, she looked at the garden on top of the cornice. A peculiar gritting noise made her look down, and she saw a cylindrical object that glittered in the twilight, advancing in an irregular and uncertain manner toward her flower pots. Looking closer, she saw that it was a pewter beer mug, which somebody in the next apartment was pushing with a 2-foot rule. On top of the beer mug was a piece of paper, and on this paper was written in a sprawling, half-formed hand, "Porter, please excuse the liberty and drink it." The seamstress started up in terror and shut the window. She remembered that there was a man in the next apartment. She had seen him on the stairs on Sundays. He seemed a grave, decent person, but he must be drunk. She sat down on her bed, all a-tremble. Then she reasoned with herself. The man was drunk, that was all. He probably would not annoy her further. And if he did, she only had to retreat to Mrs. Mulvaney's apartment in the rear, and Mr. Mulvaney, who was a highly respectable man and worked in a boiler shop, would protect her. So, being a poor woman who had already had occasion to excuse and refuse 2 or 3 liberties of like sort, she made up her mind to go to bed like a reasonable seamstress, and she did. She was rewarded, for when her light was out, she could see in the moonlight that the 2-foot rule appeared again, with one joint bent back, hitched itself into the mug handle, and withdrew the mug. The next day was a hard one for the little seamstress, and she hardly thought of the affair of the night before, until the same hour had come around again, and she sat once more by her window. Then she smiled at the remembrance. "Poor fellow," she said in her charitable heart. "I've no doubt he's awfully ashamed of it now. Perhaps he was never tipsy before. Perhaps he didn't know there was a lone woman in here to be frightened." Just then she heard a gritting sound. She looked down. The pewter pot was in front of her, and the 2-foot rule was slowly retiring. On the pot was a piece of paper, and on the paper was, "Porter, good for the health. It makes meat." This time the little seamstress shut her window with a bang of indignation. The color rose to her pale cheeks. She thought that she would go down to see the janitor at once. Then she remembered the 7 flights of stairs. and she resolved to see the janitor in the morning. Then she went to bed and saw the mug drawn back, just as it had been drawn back the night before. The morning came, but somehow the seamstress did not care to complain to the janitor. She hated to make trouble, and the janitor might think, well, if the wretch did it again, she would speak to him herself, and that would settle it. And so, on the next night, which was a Thursday, the little seamstress sat down by her window, resolved to settle the matter. And she had not sat there long, rocking in the creaking little rocking chair which she had brought with her from her old home, when the pewter pot hove in sight, with a piece of paper on the top. This time the legend read, "Perhaps you are afraid I will address you. I am not that kind." The seamstress did not know quite whether to laugh or to cry, but she felt that the time had come for speech. She leaned out of her window and addressed the twilight heaven. Mr. Sir, will you please put your head out the window so that I can speak to you?" The silence of the other room was undisturbed. The seamstress drew back, blushing. But before she could nerve herself for another attack, a piece of paper appeared on the end of the 2-foot rule. "When I say a thing, I mean it. I have said I would not address you, and I will not." What was the little seamstress to do? She stood by the window and thought hard about it. Should she complain to the janitor? But the creature was perfectly respectful. No doubt he meant to be kind. He certainly was kind to waste these pots of porter on her. She remembered the last time, and the first, that she had drunk porter. It was at home when she was a young girl after she had had the diphtheria. She remembered how good it was, and how it had given her back her strength. And without one thought of what she was doing, she lifted the pot of porter and took one little reminiscent sip, 2 little reminiscent sips, and became aware of her utter fall and defeat. She blushed now as she had never blushed before, put the pot down, closed the window, and fled to her bed like a deer to the woods. And when the porter arrived the next night, bearing the simple appeal, "Don't be afraid of it, drink it all," the little seamstress arose and grasped the pot firmly by the handle, and poured its contents over the earth around her largest geranium. She poured the contents out to the last drop, and then she dropped the pot and ran back and sat on her bed and cried with her face hid in her hands. "Now," she said to herself, "you've done it, and you're just as nasty and hard-hearted and suspicious and mean as Pusley." And she wept to think of her hardness of heart. "He will never give me a chance to say I'm sorry," she thought. And really, she might have spoken kindly to the poor man and told him that she was much obliged to him, but that he really mustn't ask her to drink porter with him. "But it's all over and done now," she said to herself as she sat at her window on a Saturday night. And then she looked at the cornice and saw the faithful little pewter pot traveling slowly toward her. She was conquered. This act of Christian forbearance was too much for her kindly spirit. She read the inscription on the paper. "Porter is good for flowers, but better for folks." And she lifted the pot to her lips, which were not half so red as her cheeks, and took a good, hearty, grateful draught. She sipped in thoughtful silence after this first plunge, and presently she was surprised to find the bottom of the pot in full view. On the table at her side, a few pearl buttons were screwed up in a bit of white paper. She untwisted the paper and smoothed it out, and wrote in a tremulous hand. She could write in a very neat hand. "Thanks." This she laid on top of the pot, and in a moment the bent 2-foot rule appeared, and drew the mail carriage home. Then she sat still, enjoying the warm glow of the porter, which seemed to have permeated her entire being with a heat that was not at all like the unpleasant and oppressive heat of the atmosphere, an atmosphere heavy with the spring damp. A gritting on the tin aroused her. A piece of paper lay under her eyes. "Fine growing weather. Smith," it said. Now, it is unlikely that in the whole round and range of conversational commonplaces there was one other greeting that could have induced the seamstress to continue the exchange of communications. But this simple and homely phrase touched her country heart. What did growing weather mean to the toilers in this waste of brick and mortar? This stranger must be, like herself, a country-bred soul, longing for the new green and the upturned brown mold of the country fields. She took up the paper and wrote under the first message, "Fine." But that seemed curt. "For," she added. For what? She did not know. At last, in desperation, she put down, "Potatoes." The piece of paper was withdrawn and came back with an addition. "Too moist for potatoes." And when the little seamstress had read this, and grasped the fact that MIST represented the writer's pronunciation of moist, she laughed softly to herself. A man whose mind, at such a time, was seriously bent upon potatoes was not a man to be feared. She found a half sheet of notepaper and wrote, "I lived in a small village before I came to New York, but I'm afraid I do not know much about farming. Are you a farmer?" The answer came, "Have been most everything. Farmed a spell in Maine. Smith." As she read this, the seamstress heard a church clock strike 9. "Bless me, is it so late?" she cried, and she hurriedly penciled "Good night," thrust the paper out, and closed the window. But a few minutes later, passing by, she saw yet another bit of paper on the cornice, fluttering in the evening breeze. It said only, "Good night," and after a moment's hesitation, the little seamstress took it in and gave it shelter. After this, they were the best of friends. Every evening the pot appeared, and while the seamstress drank from it at her window, Mr. Smith drank from its twin at his, and notes were exchanged as rapidly as Mr. Smith's early education permitted. They told each other their histories, and Mr. Smith's was one of travel and variety, which he seemed to consider quite a matter of course. He had followed the sea, he had farmed, he had been a logger and a hunter in the Maine woods. Now he was a foreman of an East River lumber yard, and he was prospering. In a year or two he would have enough laid by to go home to Bucksport and buy a share in a shipbuilding business. All this dribbled out in the course of a jerky but variegated correspondence, in which autobiographic details were mixed with reflections, moral and philosophical. A few samples will give an idea of Mr. Smith's style. "I was one trip to Van Diemen's Land," to which the seamstress replied, "It must have been very interesting." But Mr. Smith disposed of this subject very briefly. "It warn't." Further, he vouchsafed, "I seen a Chinese cook in Hong Kong could cook flapjacks like your mother. A missionary that sells rum is the meanest of God's creatures. A bullfight is not what it is cracked up to be. The Dagos are wussin' the brutes. I am 6, 1 3/4, but my father was 6'4". The seamstress had taught school one winter, and she could not refrain from making an attempt to reform Mr. Smith's orthography. One evening, in answer to this communication, "I killed a b'ar in Maine, 600 pounds weight," she wrote, "Isn't it generally spelled bear?" But she gave up the attempt when he responded, "A bear is a mean animal any way you spell him." The spring wore on, and the summer came, and still the evening drink and the evening correspondence brightened the close of each day for the little seamstress, and the draught of porter put her to sleep each night, giving her a calmer rest than she had ever known during her stay in the noisy city. And it began, moreover, to make a little meat for her. And then the thought that she was going to have an hour of pleasant companionship somehow gave her courage to cook and eat her little dinner, however tired she was. The seamstress's cheeks began to blossom with the June roses. And all this time Mr. Smith kept his vow of silence unbroken, though the seamstress sometimes tempted him with little ejaculations and exclamations to which he might have responded. He was silent and invisible. Only the smoke of his pipe and the clink of his mug as he sat it down on the cornice told her that a living, material Smith was her correspondent. They never met on the stairs, for their hours of coming and going did not coincide. Once or twice they passed each other in the street, but Mr. Smith looked straight ahead of him about a foot over her head. The little seamstress thought he was a very fine-looking man with his 6 feet 1 3/4 and his thick brown beard. Most people would have called him plain. Once she spoke to him. She was coming home one summer evening, and a gang of corner loafers stopped her and demanded money to buy beer, as is their custom. Before she had time to be frightened, Mr. Smith appeared, whence she knew not, scattered the gang like chaff, and collaring 2 of the human hyenas, kicked them with deliberate, ponderous, alternate kicks until they writhed in ineffable agony. When he let them crawl away, she turned to him and thanked him warmly, looking very pretty now, with the color in her cheeks. But Mr. Smith answered no word. He stared over her head, grew red in the face, fidgeted nervously, but held his peace until his eyes fell on a rotund Teuton passing by. "Say, Dutchy!" he roared. The German stood aghast. "I ain't got nothing to write with!" thundered Mr. Smith, looking him in the eye. And then the man of his word passed on his way. And so the summer went on, and the 2 correspondents chatted silently from window to window, hid from sight of all the world below by the friendly cornice, and they looked out over the roof and saw the green of Tompkins Square grow darker and dustier as the months went on. Mr. Smith was given to Sunday trips into the suburbs, and he never came back without a bunch of daisies, or black-eyed Susans, or, later, asters or goldenrod for the little seamstress. Sometimes, with a sagacity rare in his sex, he brought her a whole plant, with fresh loam for potting. He also gave her a reel in a bottle, which he wrote he had made himself, and some coral, and a dried flying fish that was somewhat fearful to look upon, with its sword-like fins and its hollow eyes. At first she could not go to sleep with that flying fish hanging on the wall. But he surprised the little seamstress very much one cool September evening, when he shoved this letter along the cornice. "Respected and honored Madam, having long and vainly sought an opportunity to convey to you the expression of my sentiments, I now avail myself of the privilege of epistolary communication to acquaint you with the fact that the emotions which you have raised in my breast are those which should point to connubial love and affection rather than to simple friendship. In short, madam, I have the honor to approach you with a proposal, the acceptance of which will fill me with ecstatic gratitude, and enable me to extend to you those protecting cares which the matrimonial bond makes at once the duty and the privilege of him who would, at no distant date, lead to the hymeneal altar one whose charms and virtues should suffice to kindle its flames, without extraneous aid. I remain, dear madam, your humble servant and ardent adorer, I. Smith." The little seamstress gazed at this letter a long time. Perhaps she was wondering in what ready letter writer of the last century Mr. Smith had found his form. Perhaps she was amazed at the results of his first attempt at punctuation. Perhaps she was thinking of something else, for there were tears in her eyes and a smile on her small mouth. But it must have been a long time, and Mr. Smith must have grown nervous, for presently another communication came along the line where the top of the cornice was worn smooth. It read, "If not understood, will you marry me?" The little seamstress seized a piece of paper and wrote, "If I say yes, will you speak to me?" Then she rose and passed it out to him, leaning out of the window, and their faces met. We hope you've enjoyed this LibriVox recording of The Love Letters of Smith, written by Henry Cuyler Bunner. This has been Karen Cummins. You can check out my voiceover website at KarenVoices.com, my blog at KarenBlogs.com, and this and other podcasts at KarenTalks.com.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. In the valley of Nis, the accursed waning moon shines thinly, tearing a path for its light, with feeble horns through the lethal foliage of the great upas tree. And within the depths of the valley, where the light reaches not, moves forms not meant to be beheld. Rank is the herbage on each slope, where evil vines and creeping plants crawl amidst the stones of ruined palaces, twining tightly about broken columns and strange monoliths, and heaving up marble pavements laid by forgotten hands. And in trees that grow gigantic in crumbling courtyards leap little apes, while in and out of deep treasure vaults writhe poison serpents and scaly things without a name. Vast are the stones which sleep beneath the coverlets of dank moss, and mighty were the walls from which they fell. For all time did their builders erect them, and in sooth they yet serve nobly, for beneath them the grey toad makes his habitation. At the very bottom of the valley lies the river Than, whose waters are slimy and filled with weeds. From hidden springs it rises, and to subterranean grottos it flows, so that the daemon of the valley knows not why its waters are red, nor whither they are bound. The genie that haunt moonbeams spake to the daemon of the valley, saying, I am old and forget much. Tell me the deeds and aspect and name of them who built these things of stone. And the daemon replied, I am Memory, and I am wise in lore of the past, but I too am old. These beings were like the waters of the river Than, not to be understood. Their deeds I recall not, for they were but of the moment. Their aspect I recall dimly. It was like that of the little apes in the trees. Their name I recall clearly, for it rhymed with that of the river. These beings of yesterday were called man. So the genie flew back to the thin-horned moon, and the daemon looked intently at a little ape in a tree that grew in a crumbling courtyard. End of Memory by H.P. Lovecraft.
The Mirror by Catil Mond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Christopher. The Mirror by Catil Mond. There was once a kingdom where mirrors were unknown. They had all been broken and reduced to fragments by order of the queen, and if the tiniest bit of looking-glass had been found in any house, she would not have hesitated to put the inmates to death with the most frightful tortures. Now for the secret of this extraordinary caprice. The queen was dreadfully ugly, and she did not wish to be exposed to the risk of meeting her own image. And, knowing herself to be hideous, it was a consolation to know that other women at least could not see that they were pretty. You may imagine that the young girls of the country were not at all satisfied. What was the use of being beautiful if you could not admire yourself? They might have used brooks and lakes for mirrors, but the queen had foreseen that, and had hidden all of them under closely joined flagstones. Water was drawn from wells so deep that it was impossible to see the liquid surface, and shallow basins must be used instead of buckets, because in the latter there might be reflections. Such a dismal state of affairs, especially for the pretty coquettes, who were no more rare in this country than in others. The queen had no compassion, being well content that her subjects should suffer as much annoyance from the lack of a mirror as she felt at the sight of one. However, in a suburb of the city there lived a young girl called Jacinta, who was a little better off than the rest, thanks to her sweetheart Valentine. For if someone thinks you are beautiful, and loses no chance to tell you so, he is almost as good as a mirror. Tell me the truth, she would say. What is the color of my eyes? They are like dewy forget-me-nots. And my skin is not quite black? You know that your forehead is whiter than freshly fallen snow, and your cheeks are like blush roses. How about my lips? Cherries are pale beside them.
And my teeth, if you please.
Grains of rice are not as white.
But my ears, should I be ashamed of them?
Yes, if you would be ashamed of 2 pink shells among your pretty curls. And so on endlessly. She delighted, he still more charmed, for his words came from the depth of his heart, and she had the pleasure of hearing herself praised, he the delight of seeing her. So their love grew more deep and tender every hour, and the day that he asked her to marry him, she blushed certainly, but it was not with anger. But unluckily the news of their happiness reached the wicked queen, whose only pleasure was to torment others, and Jacinta more than any one else, on account of her beauty. A little while before the marriage, Jacinta was walking in the orchard one evening when an old crone approached asking for alms, but suddenly jumped back with a shriek, as if she had stepped on a toad, crying, "Heavens! What do I see?"
"What is the matter, my good woman? What is it you see? Tell me."
"The ugliest creature I ever beheld."
"Then you are not looking at me," said Jacinta with innocent vanity.
"Alas, yes, my poor child, it is you. I have been a long time on this earth, but never have I met anyone so hideous as you."
"What? I am ugly?"
"100 times uglier than I can tell you."
"But my eyes?"
"They are a sort of dirty gray, but that would be nothing if you had not such an outrageous squint."
"My complexion?"
"It looks as if you had rubbed coal dust on your forehead and cheeks."
"My mouth?"
"It is pale and withered like a faded flower."
"My teeth?"
"If the beauty of teeth is to be large and yellow, I never saw any so beautiful as yours."
"But at least my ears?"
"They are so big, so red, and so misshapen under your coarse elf locks that they are revolting. I am not pretty myself, but I should die of shame if mine were like them." After this last blow, the old witch, having repeated what the queen had taught her, hobbled off, with a harsh croak of laughter, leaving poor Jacinta dissolved in tears, prone on the ground beneath the apple trees. Nothing could divert her mind from her grief.
"I am ugly, I am ugly," she repeated constantly.
It was in vain that Valentine assured her and reassured her with the most solemn oaths.
"Let me alone. You are lying out of pity. I understand it all now. You never loved me. You are only sorry for me. The beggar woman had no interest in deceiving me. It is only too true. I am ugly. I do not see how you can endure the sight of me."
To undeceive her, he brought people from far and near. Every man declared that Jacinta was created to delight the eyes. Even the women said as much, though they were less enthusiastic. But the poor child persisted in her conviction that she was a repulsive object, and when Valentine pressed her to name the wedding day,
"I, your wife?" cried she. "Never! I love you too dearly to burden you with a being so hideous as I am."
You can fancy the despair of the poor fellow so sincerely in love. He threw himself on his knees. He prayed, he supplicated. She answered still that she was too ugly to marry him. What was he to do? The only way to give the lie to the old woman and prove the truth to Jacinta was to put a mirror before her. But there was no such thing in the kingdom, and so great was the terror inspired by the queen that no workman dared to make one. "Well, I shall go to court," said the lover in despair. "Harsh as our mistress is, she cannot fail to be moved by the tears and the beauty of Jacinta. She will retract, for a few hours at least, this cruel edict which has caused our trouble." It was not without difficulty that he persuaded the young girl to let him take her to the palace. She did not like to show herself, and asked of what use would be a mirror, only to impress her more deeply with her misfortune. But when he wept her heart was moved, and she consented to please him. "What is all this?" said the wicked queen. "Who are these people, and what do they want?" "Your Majesty, you have before you the most unfortunate lover on the face of the earth." "Do you consider that a good reason for coming here to annoy me? Have pity on me. What have I to do with your love affairs?" "If you would permit a mirror." The queen rose to her feet, trembling with rage. "Who dares to speak to me of a mirror?" she said, grinding her teeth. "Do not be angry, your Majesty, I beg of you, and deign to hear me. This young girl, whom you see before you, so fresh and pretty, is the victim of a strange delusion. She imagines that she is ugly." "Well," said the queen with a malicious grin, "she is right. I never saw a more hideous object." Jacinta, at these cruel words, thought she would die of mortification. Doubt was no longer possible. She must be ugly. Her eyes closed. She fell on the steps of the throne in a deadly swoon. But Valentine was affected very differently. He cried out loudly that her Majesty must be mad to tell such a lie. He had no time to say more. The guards seized him, and at a sign from the Queen the headsman came forward. He was always beside the throne, for she might need his services at any moment. "Do your duty," said the Queen, pointing out the man who had insulted her. The executioner raised his gleaming axe just as Jacinta came to herself and opened her eyes. Then two shrieks pierced the air. One was a cry of joy, for in the glittering steel Jacinta saw herself, so charmingly pretty, and the other a scream of anguish, as the wicked soul of the Queen took flight, unable to bear the sight of her face in the impromptu mirror. End of The Mirror by Catiel Mond. Recorded by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
Mrs. Manstey's View by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rena Toby. Mrs. Manstey's View by Edith Wharton. As first published in Scribner's Magazine, July 1891. The view from Mrs. Manstey's window was not a striking one, but to her at least it was full of interest and beauty. Mrs. Manstey occupied the back room on the third floor of a New York boarding house, in a street where the ash barrels lingered late on the sidewalks, and the gaps in the pavement would have staggered a Quintus Curtius. She was the widow of a clerk in a large wholesale house, and his death had left her alone. For her only daughter had married in California and could not afford the long journey to New York to see her mother. Mrs. Manstey perhaps might have joined her daughter in the West, but they had now been so many years apart that they had ceased to feel any need of each other's society, and their intercourse had long been limited to the exchange of a few perfunctory letters, written with indifference by the daughter, and with difficulty by Mrs. Manstey, whose right hand was growing stiff with gout. Even had she felt a stronger desire for her daughter's companionship, Mrs. Manstey's increasing infirmity, which caused her to dread the 3 flights of stairs between her room and the street, would have given her pause on the eve of undertaking so long a journey. And without perhaps formulating these reasons, she had long since accepted as a matter of course her solitary life in New York. She was indeed not quite lonely, for a few friends still toiled up now and then to her room, but their visits grew rare as the years went by. Mrs. Manstey had never been a sociable woman, and during her husband's lifetime his companionship had been all sufficient to her. For many years she had cherished a desire to live in the country, to have a hen house and a garden, but this longing had faded with age, leaving only in the breast of the uncommunicative old woman a vague tenderness for plants and animals. It was perhaps this tenderness which made her cling so fervently to her view from her window, a view in which the most optimistic eye would at first have failed to discover anything admirable. Mrs. Manstey, from her coign of vantage, a slightly projecting bow window where she nursed an ivy and a succession of unwholesome-looking bulbs, looked out first upon the yard of her own dwelling, of which, however, she could get but a restricted glimpse. Still her gaze took in the topmost boughs of the ailanthus below her window, and she knew how early each year the clump of disanthra strung its bending stalk with hearts of pink. But of greater interest were the yards beyond. Being for the most part attached to boarding-houses, they were in a state of chronic untidiness and fluttering, on certain days of the week with miscellaneous garments and frayed tablecloths. In spite of this, Mrs. Manstey found much to admire in the long vista which she commanded. Some of the yards were, indeed, but stony wastes, with grass in the cracks of the pavement, and no shade in spring save that afforded by the intermittent leafage of the clotheslines. These yards Mrs. Manstey disapproved of, but the others, the green ones, she loved. She had grown used to their disorder. The broken barrels, the empty bottles, and paths unswept no longer annoyed her. Hers was the happy faculty of dwelling on the pleasanter side of the prospect before her. In the very next enclosure did not a magnolia open its hard white flowers against the watery blue of April? And was there not, a little way down the line, a fence foamed over every May, be lilac waves of wisteria? Farther still, a horse-chestnut lifted its candelabra of buff and pink blossoms above broad fans of foliage, while in the opposite yard June was sweet with the breath of a neglected syringa, which persisted in growing in spite of the countless obstacles opposed to its welfare. But if nature occupied the front rank in Mrs. Manstey's view, there was much of a more personal character to interest her in the aspect of the houses and their inmates. She deeply disapproved of the mustard-colored curtains which had lately been hung in the doctor's window opposite, but she glowed with pleasure when the house farther down had its old bricks washed with a coat of paint. The occupants of the houses did not often show themselves at the back windows, but the servants were always in sight. Noisy slatterns, Mrs. Manstey pronounced the greater number. She knew their ways and hated them. But to the quiet cook in the newly painted house, whose mistress bullied her, and who secretly fed the stray cats at nightfall, Mrs. Manstey's warmest sympathies were given. On one occasion her feelings were racked by the neglect of a housemaid, who for 2 days forgot to feed the parrot committed to her care. On the 3rd day Mrs. Manstey, in spite of her gouty hand, had just penned a letter beginning, "Madam, it is now 3 days since your parrot has been fed," when the forgetful maid appeared at the window with a cup of seed in her hand. But in Mrs. Manstey's more meditative moods, it was the narrowing perspective of far-off yards which pleased her best. She loved at twilight, when the distant brownstone spires seemed melting in the fluid yellow of the west, to lose herself in vague memories of a trip to Europe, made years ago, and now reduced in her mind's eye to a pale phantasmagoria of indistinct steeples and dreamy skies. Perhaps at heart Mrs. Manstey was an artist. At all events she was sensible of many changes of color unnoticed by the average eye, and dear to her as the green of early spring was the black lattice of branches against a cold sulphur sky at the close of a snowy day. She enjoyed also the sunny thaws of March, when patches of earth showed through the snow like ink spots spreading on a sheet of white blotting paper, and better still the haze of boughs, leafless but swollen, which replaced the clear-cut tracery of winter. She even watched with a certain interest the trail of smoke from a far-off factory chimney, and missed a detail in the landscape when the factory was closed and the smoke disappeared. Mrs. Manstey, in the long hours which she spent at her window, was not idle. She read a little, and knitted numberless stockings, but the view surrounded and shaped her life as the sea does a lonely island. When her rare callers came, it was difficult for her to detach herself from the contemplation of the opposite window washing, or the scrutiny of certain green points in a neighboring flower bed which might or might not turn into hyacinths, while she feigned an interest in her visitor's anecdotes about some unknown grandchild. Mrs. Manstey's real friends were the denizens of the yards, the hyacinths, the magnolia, the green parrot, the maid who fed the cats, the doctor who studied late behind his mustard-colored curtains, and the confidant of her tenderer musings was the church spire floating in the sunset. One April day, as she sat in her usual place, with knitting cast aside and eyes fixed on the blue sky mottled with round clouds, a knock at the door announced the entrance of her landlady. Mrs. Manstey did not care for her landlady, but she submitted to her visits with ladylike resignation. Today, however, it seemed harder than usual to turn from the blue sky and the blossoming magnolia to Mrs. Sampson's unsuggestive face, and Mrs. Manstey was conscious of a distinct effort as she did so. "The magnolia is out earlier than usual this year, Mrs. Sampson," she remarked, yielding to a rare impulse, for she seldom alluded to the absorbing interest of her life. In the first place, it was a topic not likely to appeal to her visitors, and besides, she lacked the power of expression and could not have given utterance to her feelings had she wished to. "The what, Mrs. Manstey?" inquired the landlady, glancing about the room as if to find there was an explanation of Mrs. Manstey's statement. "The magnolia in the next yard, in Mrs. Black's yard," Mrs. Manstey repeated. "Is it indeed? I didn't know there was a magnolia there," said Mrs. Sampson carelessly. Mrs. Manstey looked at her. She did not know that there was a magnolia in the next yard? "By the way," Mrs. Sampson continued, "speaking of Mrs. Black reminds me that the work on the extension is to begin next week." "The what?" It was Mrs. Manstey's turn to ask. "The extension," said Mrs. Sampson, nodding her head in the direction of the ignored magnolia. "You knew, of course, that Mrs. Black was going to build an extension to her house." "Yes, ma'am, I hear it is to run right back to the end of the yard. How she can afford to build an extension in these hard times I don't see. But she always was crazy about building. She used to keep a boarding house in 17th Street, and she nearly ruined herself then by sticking out bow windows and what not. I should have thought that would have cured her of building. But I guess it's a disease like drink. Anyhow, the work is to begin on Monday." Mrs. Manstey had grown pale. She always spoke slowly, so the landlady did not heed the long pause which followed. At last Mrs. Manstey said, "Do you know how high the extension will be?" "That's the most absurd part of it. The extension is to be built right up to the roof of the main building. Now, did you ever?" Mrs. Manstey paused again. "Won't it be a great annoyance to you, Mrs. Sampson?" she asked. "I should say it would. But there's no help for it. If people have a mind to build extensions, there's no law to prevent 'em, that I'm aware of." Mrs. Manstey, knowing this, was silent. "There is no help for it," Mrs. Sampson repeated. "But if I am a church member, I wouldn't be so sorry if it ruined Eliza Black. Well, good day, Mrs. Manstey. I'm glad to find you so comfortable." So comfortable! So comfortable! Left to herself, the old woman turned once more to the window. How lovely the view was that day! The blue sky with its round clouds shed a brightness over everything. The ailanthus had put a tinge of yellow-green. The hyacinths were budding. The magnolia flowers looked more than ever like rosettes carved in alabaster. Soon the wisteria would bloom, then the horse-chestnut. But not for her. Between her eyes and them a barrier of brick and mortar would swiftly rise. Presently even the spire would disappear, and all her radiant world be blotted out. Mrs. Manstey sent away untouched the dinner tray brought to her that evening. She lingered in the window until the windy sunset dyed in bat-colored dusk. Then, going to bed, she lay sleepless all night. Early the next day she was up and at the window. It was raining, but even through the slanting gray gauze the scene had its charm. And then the rain was so good for the trees. She had noticed the day before that the ailanthus was growing dusty. "Of course I might move," said Mrs. Manstey aloud, and turning from the window she looked about her room. She might move, of course. So might she be flayed alive. But she was not likely to survive either operation. The room, though far less important to her happiness than the view, was as much a part of her existence. She had lived in it 17 years. She knew every stain on the wallpaper, every rent in the carpet. The light fell in a certain way on her engravings. Her books had grown shabby on their shelves. Her bulbs and ivy were used to their window and knew which way to lean to the sun. "We are all too old to move," she said. That afternoon it cleared. Wet and radiant, the blue reappeared through torn rags of cloud. The ailanthus sparkled. The earth and the flower borders looked rich and warm. It was Thursday, and on Monday the building of the extension was to begin. On Sunday afternoon a card was brought to Mrs. Black, as she was engaged in gathering up the fragments of the boarders' dinner in the basement. The card, black-edged, bore Mrs. Manstey's name. "One of Mrs. Sampson's boarders wants to move, I suppose." "Well, I can give her a room next year in the extension, Dinah," said Mrs. Black. "Tell the lady I'll be upstairs in a minute." Mrs. Black found Mrs. Manstey standing in the long parlor garnished with statuettes and antimacassars. In that house she could not sit down. Stooping hurriedly to open the register, which let out a cloud of dust, Mrs. Black advanced on her visitor. "I'm happy to meet you, Mrs. Manstey. Take a seat, please," the landlady remarked in her prosperous voice, the voice of a woman who can afford to build extensions. There was no help for it. Mrs. Manstey sat down. "Is there anything I can do for you, ma'am?" Mrs. Black continued. "My house is full at present, but I am going to build an extension, and it's about the extension that I wish to speak," said Mrs. Manstey suddenly. "I'm a poor woman, Mrs. Black, and I have never been a happy one. I shall have to talk about myself first to make you understand." Mrs. Black, astonished by the imperturbable, bowed at this parenthesis. "I never had what I wanted," Mrs. Manstey continued. "It was always one disappointment after another. For years I wanted to live in the country. I dreamed and dreamed about it, but we never could manage it. There was no sunny window in our house, and so all my plants died. My daughter married years ago and went away, and besides she never cared for the same things. Then my husband died and I was left alone. That was 17 years ago. I went to live at Mrs. Sampson's, and I have been there ever since. I have grown a little infirm, as you see, and I don't get out often, only on fine days if I'm feeling very well. So you can understand my sitting a great deal in my window, the back window on the 3rd floor. "Well, Mrs. Manstey," said Mrs. Black liberally, "I could give you a back room, I dare say, one of the new rooms in the But I don't want to move. I can't move," said Mrs. Manstey, almost with a scream. "And I came to tell you that if you build that extension I shall have no view from my window. No view. Do you understand?" Mrs. Black thought herself face to face with a lunatic, and she had always heard that lunatics must be humored. Dear me," she remarked, pushing her chair back a little way. "That is too bad, isn't it? Why, I never thought of that. To be sure, the extension will interfere with your view, Mrs. Manstey." You do understand?" Mrs. Manstey gasped. "Of course I do, and I'm real sorry about it, too. But there, don't you worry, Mrs. Manstey. I guess we can fix that all right." Mrs. Manstey rose from her seat, and Mrs. Black slipped toward the door. "What do you mean by fixing it? Do you mean that I can induce you to change your mind about the extension? Oh, Mrs. Black, listen to me. I have $2,000 in the bank, and I know I could manage to give you $1,000 if—" Mrs. Manstey paused. The tears were rolling down her cheeks. There, Mrs. Manstey, don't you worry," repeated Mrs. Black soothingly. "I am sure we can settle it. I am sorry that I can't stay and talk about it any longer, but this is such a busy time of day, with supper to get." Her hand was on the doorknob, but with sudden vigor Mrs. Manstey seized her wrist. "You are not giving me a definite answer. Do you mean to say that you accept my proposition?" "Why, I'll think it over, Mrs. Manstey. Certainly I will. I wouldn't annoy you for the world." "But the work is to begin tomorrow, I am told," Mrs. Manstey persisted. Mrs. Black hesitated. "It shan't begin, I promise you that. I'll send word to the builder this very night." Mrs. Manstey tightened her hold. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" she said. No, no," stammered Mrs. Black. "How can you think such a thing of me, Mrs. Manstey?" Slowly Mrs. Manstey's clutch relaxed, and she passed through the open door. $1,000, she repeated, pausing in the hall. Then she let herself out of the house and hobbled down the steps, supporting herself on the cast-iron railing. "My goodness!" exclaimed Mrs. Black, shutting and bolting the hall door. "I never knew the old woman was crazy. And she looks so quiet and ladylike, too." Mrs. Manstey slept well that night, but early the next morning she was awakened by a sound of hammering. She got to her window with what haste she might, and looking out saw that Mrs. Black's yard was full of workmen. Some were carrying loads of brick from the kitchen to the yard, others beginning to demolish the old-fashioned wooden balcony which adorned each story of Mrs. Black's house. Mrs. Manstey saw she had been deceived. At first she thought of confiding her trouble to Mrs. Sampson, but a settled discouragement soon took possession of her, and she went back to bed, not caring to see what was going on. Toward afternoon, however, feeling that she must know the worst, she rose and dressed herself. It was a laborious task, for her hands were stiffer than usual, and the hooks and buttons seemed to evade her. When she seated herself in the window, she saw that the workmen had removed the upper part of the balcony, and that the bricks had multiplied since morning. One of the men, a coarse fellow with a bloated face, picked a magnolia blossom and, after smelling it, threw it to the ground. The next man, carrying a load of bricks, trod on the flower in passing. "Look out, Jim," called one of the men to another who was smoking a pipe. "If you throw matches around near those barrels of paper, you'll have the old tinder-box burning down before you know it." And Mrs. Manstey, leaning forward, perceived that there were several barrels of paper and rubbish under the wooden balcony. At length the work ceased and twilight fell. The sunset was perfect, and a roseate light, transfiguring the distant spire, lingered late in the west. When it grew dark, Mrs. Manstey drew down the shades and proceeded in her usual methodical manner to light her lamp. She always filled and lit it with her own hands, keeping a kettle of kerosene on a zinc-covered shelf in a closet. As the lamplight filled the room, it assumed its usual peaceful aspect. The books and pictures and plants seemed, like their mistress, to settle themselves down for another quiet evening. And Mrs. Manstey, as was her wont, drew up her armchair to the table and began to knit. That night she could not sleep. The weather had changed, and a wild wind was abroad, blotting the stars with close-driven clouds. Mrs. Manstey rose once or twice and looked out of the window, but of the view nothing was discernible save a tardy light or two in the opposite windows. These lights at last went out, and Mrs. Manstey, who had watched for their extinction, began to dress herself. She was in evident haste, for she merely flung a thin dressing-gown over her nightdress and wrapped her head in a scarf. Then she opened her closet and cautiously took out the kettle of kerosene. Having slipped a bundle of wooden matches into her pocket, she proceeded, with increasing precautions, to unlock her door, and a few moments later she was feeling her way down the dark staircase, led by a glimmer of gas from the lower hall. At length she reached the bottom of the stairs, and began the more difficult descent into the utter darkness of the basement. Here, however, she could move more freely, as there was less danger of being overheard, and without much delay she contrived to unlock the iron door leading into the yard. A gust of cold wind smote her as she stepped out and groped shiveringly under the clotheslines. That morning, at 3 o'clock, an alarm of fire brought the engines to Mrs. Black's door, and also brought Mrs. Sampson's startled boarders to their windows. The wooden balcony at the back of Mrs. Black's house was ablaze, and among those who watched the progress of the flames was Mrs. Manstey, leaning in her thin dressing gown from the open window. The fire, however, was soon put out, and the frightened occupants of the house, who had fled in scant attire, reassembled at dawn to find that little mischief had been done beyond the cracking of window panes and smoking of ceilings. In fact, the chief sufferer by the fire was Mrs. Manstey, who was found in the morning gasping with pneumonia, a not unnatural result, as everyone remarked, of her having hung out of an open window at her age in a dressing gown. It was easy to see that she was very ill, but no one had guessed how grave the doctor's verdict would be, and the faces gathered that evening about Mrs. Sampson's table were awestruck and disturbed. Not that any of the boarders knew Mrs. Manstey well. She kept to herself, as they said, and seemed to fancy herself too good for them. But then it is always disagreeable to have anyone dying in the house, and as one lady observed to another, "It might just as well have been you or me, my dear." But it was only Mrs. Manstey, and she was dying, as she lived, lonely, if not alone. The doctor had sent a trained nurse, and Mrs. Sampson, with muffled step, came in from time to time. But both to Mrs. Manstey seemed remote and unsubstantial as the figures in a dream. All day she said nothing, but when she was asked for her daughter's address she shook her head. At times the nurse noticed that she seemed to be listening attentively for some sound which did not come. Then again she dozed. The next morning at daylight she was very low. The nurse called Mrs. Sampson, and as the two bent over the old woman, they saw her lips move. "Lift me up out of bed," she whispered. They raised her in their arms, and with her stiff hand she pointed to the window. "Oh, the window! She wants to sit in the window. She used to sit there all day," Mrs. Sampson explained. "It can do her no harm, I suppose." "Nothing matters now," said the nurse. They carried Mrs. Manstey to the window and placed her in her chair. The dawn was abroad, a jubilant spring dawn. The spire had already caught a golden ray, though the magnolia and horse-chestnuts still slumbered in shadow. In Mrs. Black's yard all was quiet. The charred timbers of the balcony lay where they had fallen. It was evident that since the fire the builders had not returned to their work. The magnolia had unfolded a few more sculptural flowers. The view was undisturbed. It was hard for Mrs. Manstey to breathe. Each moment it grew more difficult. She tried to make them open the window, but they would not understand. If she could have tasted the air, sweet with the penetrating ailanthus savor, it would have eased her. But the view at least was there. The spire was golden now, the heavens had warmed from pearl to blue. Day was alight from east to west. Even the magnolia had caught the sun. Mrs. Manstey's head fell back, and smiling, she died. That day the building of the extension was resumed. The end. Mrs. Manstey's View by Edith Wharton. Recording by Rena Toby.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Necklace by Guy de Maupassant. Read by Cheyenne Welling. She was one of those pretty and charming young ladies, born, as if through an error of destiny, into a family of clerks. She had no dowry, no hopes, no means of becoming known, appreciated, loved, and married by a man rich and distinguished, and she allowed herself to marry a petty clerk in the Ministry of Public Instruction. She dressed plainly because she could not dress well, but she was as unhappy as though she had married beneath herself, for women have no caste or class, their beauty, grace, and charm serving them for birth or family. Their natural delicacy, their instinctive elegance, and their nimbleness of wit are their only mark of rank, and put the slum girl on a level with the highest lady in the land. She suffered intensely, feeling herself born for every delicacy and luxury. She suffered from the poverty of her dwelling, from the worn walls, the abraded chairs, the ugliness of the stuffs. All these things, which another woman of her caste would not even have noticed, tortured her and made her indignant. The sight of the little girl from Brittany, who did her humble housework, awoke in her desolated regrets and distracted dreams. She let her mind dwell on the quiet antechambers, hung with oriental tapestries, lighted by tall lamps of bronze, and of the two tall footmen in knee breeches who dozed in the large armchairs, made drowsy by the heat of the furnace. She thought of large drawing-rooms hung in old silks, of graceful pieces of furniture carrying bric-a-brac of inestimable value, and of the perfumed, coquettish little rooms made for 5 o'clock chat with the most intimate friends, men well known and sought after, whose intentions all women envied and desired. When she seated herself for dinner before the round table, where the tablecloth had been used 3 days, opposite of her husband, who lifted the cover of the tureen, declaring with an air of satisfaction, "Ah, the good pot pie! I don't know anything better than that." She was thinking of delicate repasts, with glittering silver, with tapestries peopling the walls, with ancient figures, and with strange birds in a fairy-like forest. She was thinking of exquisite dishes served in marvelous platters, of compliment whispered and heard with a sphinx-like smile, while she was eating the rosy flesh of a trout or the wings of a quail. She had no dresses, no jewels, nothing, and these were the only things she loved. She felt that she was made for them. She longed so eagerly to be charming, to be desirable, to be wildly attractive and sought after. She had a rich friend, an old school friend, whom she refused to visit because she suffered so keenly when she returned home. She would weep whole days with grief, regret, despair, and misery. But one evening her husband came in with a proud air, holding in his hand a large envelope. "There," said he, "there is something for you." She quickly tore the paper and took out of it a printed card which bore these words: "The Minister of Public Instruction and Madame Roupignon request the honour of Monsieur and Madame Loisel's company at the Palace of the Ministry on Monday morning, January 18th. What do you want me to do with that?" "Why, my dear, I thought you would be glad. You never go out, and this is a fine opportunity. I had great trouble to get it. Everyone wants to go. It is very select, and they are not giving many invitations to clerks. The whole official world will be there." She looked at him with an irritated eye, and she declared with impatience, "And what do you wish me to put on my back?" He had not thought of that. He stammered, "Why, the dress you go to the theatre in. It looks very well to me." He stopped, distracted, seeing that his wife was weeping. 2 big tears were descending slowly from the corners of the eyes to the corners of the mouth. He stuttered, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" But by a violent effort she had conquered her trouble, and she replied in a calm voice, as she wiped her damp cheeks, "Nothing. Only I have no clothes, and in consequence I cannot go to this party. Give your card to some colleague whose wife is better equipped than I." He was heartbroken. He began again. "See here, Mathilde, how much would this cost? A proper dress, which would do on other occasions. Something very simple? She reflected a few seconds, going over her calculations, thinking also of the sum which she might ask, without meeting an immediate refusal and a frightened exclamation from the frugal clerk. At last she answered hesitantly, "I don't know exactly, but it seems to me that with 400 francs I might do it." He paled, for he was reserving just that sum to buy a gun and treat himself to a little shooting next summer on the plain of Nanterre, with some friends who used to shoot larks there on Sundays. But he said, "All right, I will give you 400 francs, but take care to have a pretty dress." The day of the party grew near, and Madame Loisel seemed sad, restless, and anxious. Yet her dress was ready. On one evening her husband said to her, "What's the matter? Come now, you have been quite queer these last 3 days." And she answered, "I am utterly miserable at not having any jewels, not a single stone to wear. I shall look like distress. I would almost rather not go to this party." "Wear flowers," he said. "They're very smart at this time of year. For 10 francs you could get 2 or 3 of the most gorgeous roses." She was not convinced. "No, there's nothing so humiliating as looking poor in the middle of a lot of rich women." But her husband cried, "What a goose you are! Go, find your friend Madame Forestier, and ask her to lend you some jewelry. You know her well enough to do that." She gave a cry of joy. "That's true! I had not thought of it." The next day she went to her friend, and told her of her distress. Madame Forestier went to her mirrored wardrobe, took out a large casket, brought it, opened it, and said to Madame Loisel, "Choose, my dear." She saw at first bracelets, then a necklace of pearls, then a Venetian cross of gold set with precious stones of an admirable workmanship. She tried on the ornaments before the glass, hesitated, and could not decide to take them off or to give them up. She kept on asking, "You haven't anything else?" "Yes, yes, look, I don't know what will happen to please you." All at once she discovered, in a box of black satin, a superb necklace of diamonds, and her heart began to beat with boundless desire. Her hands trembled in taking it up. She fastened it around her throat on her high dress, and remained in ecstasy before herself. Then she asked, hesitating, full of anxiety, "Can you lend me this, only this?" "Yes, yes, certainly." She sprang to her friend's neck, kissed her with ardor, then escaped with her treasure. The day of the party arrived. Madame Loisel was a success. She was the prettiest of them all, elegant, gracious, smiling, and mad with joy. All the men were looking at her, inquiring her name, asking to be introduced. All the attachés of the cabinet wanted to dance with her. The minister took notice with her. She danced with delight, with passion, intoxicated with pleasure, thinking of nothing, in the triumph of her beauty, in the glory of her success, in a sort of cloud of happiness made up of all these tributes, of all the admirations, of all these awakened desires, of this victory so complete and so sweet to a woman's heart. She went away about 4 in the morning. Since midnight her husband had been dozing in the little ante-room with 3 other men whose wives were having a good time. He threw over her shoulders the wraps he had brought to go home in, modest garments of everyday life, the poverty of which was out of keeping with the elegance of the ball dress. She felt this, and wanted to fly so as not to be noticed by the other women, who were wrapping themselves up in rich furs. Loisel kept her back. "Wait a minute, you will catch cold outside. I will call a cab." But she did not listen to him, and went downstairs rapidly. When they were in the street, they could not find a carriage, and they set out in search of one, hailing the drivers whom they saw passing in the distance. They went down towards the Seine, disgusted, shivering. Finally, they found on the quay one of those old night-hawk cabs which one sees in Paris only after night has fallen, as if they are ashamed of their misery in the daytime. It brought them to their door, Rue des Martyrs, and they went up their stairs sadly. For her, it was finished, and he was thinking that he would have to be at the ministry at 10 o'clock. She took off the wraps with which she had covered her shoulders before the mirror, so as to see herself once more in her glory. But suddenly she gave out a cry. She no longer had the necklace around her throat. Her husband, half undressed already, asked, "What is the matter with you?" She turned to him, terror-stricken. I don't have Madame Forestier's diamond necklace." He jumped up, frightened. "What? How? It is not possible!" And they searched in the folds of the dress, in the folds of the wrap, in the pockets, everywhere. They did not find it. He asked, "Are you sure you still had it when you left the ball?" "Yes, I touched it in the vestibule of the ministry." "But if you had lost it in the street, we should have heard it fall. It must be in the cab." "Yes, that's probable. Did you take down the number?" "No. And you did not even look at it?" "No." They gazed at each other, crushed. At last Loisel dressed himself again. "I'm going," he said, "back the whole distance we came from on foot, to see if I can not find it." And he went out. She stayed there in her ball dress, without strength to go to bed, overwhelmed on a chair, without a fire, without a thought. Her husband came back about 7 o'clock. He had found nothing. Then he went to police headquarters, to the newspapers to offer a reward, to the cab company. He did everything, in fact, that a trace of hope could urge him to. She waited all day, in the same dazed state in the face of this horrible disaster. Loisel came back in the evening, with his face worn and white. He had discovered nothing. "You must write to your friend," he said, "that you have broken the clasp of her necklace, and that you are having it repaired. That will give us time to turn around." She wrote as he dictated. At the end of the week they had lost all hope, and Loisel, aged by 5 years, declared, "We must see how we can replace those jewels." The next day they took the case which had held them to the jeweler whose name was in the cover. He consulted his books. "It was not I, madame, who sold this necklace. I only supplied the case." Then they went from jeweler to jeweler, looking for a necklace like the other, consulting their memory, sick, both of them, with grief and anxiety. Finally, in a shop in the Palais Royal, they found a diamond necklace that seemed to them absolutely like the one they were seeking. It was priced at 40,000 francs. They could have it for 36. They begged the jeweler not to sell it for 3 days, and they made a bargain that he should take it back for 34,000 if the first was found before the end of February. Loisel possessed 18,000 francs, which his father had left him. He had to borrow the remainder. He borrowed, asking 1,000 francs from one, 500 from another, 5 here, 3 louis there. He gave promissory notes, made ruinous agreements, dealt with usurers, with all kinds of lenders. He compromised to the end of his life, risked his signature without even knowing whether it could be paid back. And frightened by all the anguish of the future, by the black misery which was about to settle down on him, by the perspective of all sorts of deprivations and all sorts of moral tortures, he went to buy the new diamond necklace, laying down on a jeweller's counter 36,000 francs. When Madame Loisel took back the necklace to Madame Forestier, the latter said with an irritated air, "You ought to have brought it back sooner, for I might have needed it." She did not open the case which her friend had been fearing. If she had noticed the substitution, what would she have thought? What would she have said? Might she not have been taken for a thief? Madame Loisel learned the horrible life of the needy. She made the best of it, moreover, frankly, heroically. The frightful debt must be paid. She would pay it. They dismissed the servant. They changed their rooms. They took an attic under the roof. She learned the rough work of the household, the odious labors of the kitchen. She washed the dishes, wearing out her pink nails on the greasy pots and the bottoms of the pans. She washed the dirty linens, the shirts, the towels for which she dried on a rope. She carried down the garbage to the streets every morning, and she carried up the water, pausing for breath on every floor. And, dressed like a woman of the people, she went to the fruiterer, to the grocer, the butcher, a basket on her arm, begging, insulted, fighting for her wretched money, sou by sou. Every month they had to pay notes, to renew others, to gain time. The husband worked in the evening, keeping up the books of a shopkeeper, and at night often he did copying at 5 sous a page. This life lasted 10 years. At the end of 10 years they had paid everything back, everything, with the rates of usury and all the accumulation of heaped-up interest. Madame Loisel seemed aged now. She had become the robust woman, hard and rough, of a poor household. Badly combed, her skirts awry and her hands red, her voice was loud, and she washed the floor with splashing water. But sometimes, when her husband was at the office, she sat down by the window, and she thought of that evening, long ago, of that ball where she had been so beautiful and so admired. What would have happened if she had not lost the necklace? Who knows? Who knows? How singular life is, how changeable! What a little thing it takes to save you or to lose you! Then, one Sunday, as she was taking a turn in the Champs-Élysées as a recreation after the labors of the week, she perceived suddenly a woman walking with a child. It was Madame Forestier, still young, still beautiful, still seductive. Madame Loisel felt moved. Should she speak to her? Yes, certainly. And now that she had paid up, she would tell her all. Why not? She drew near. "Good morning, Jeanne." The other did not recognize her, astonished to be hailed thus familiarly by this woman of the people. She hesitated. "But, madame, I don't know. Are you not making a mistake?" "No, I am Mathilde Loisel." Her friend gave a cry. "Oh, my poor Mathilde, how are you changed!" "Yes, I have had hard days since I saw you, and many troubles, and that because of you." "Of me? How so?" "You remember that diamond necklace that you lent me to go to the ball at the Ministry?" "Yes, and then?" "Well, I lost it." "How can that be, since you brought it back to me?" "I brought you back another just like it, and it has taken us 10 years to pay for it. You will understand that it was not easy for us, who had nothing. At last it is done, and I am mightily glad." "You say that you brought a diamond necklace to replace mine?" "Yes. You never noticed it then. They were very similar." And she smiled with a proud and naive joy. Madame Forestier, much moved, took her by both hands. "Oh, my poor Mathilde! But mine were paste. At most they were worth 500 francs." End of recording.
A Night Out. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Rowdy Delaney, Idaho, USA. A Night Out by Edward People. 1. Omar bin Safi was a cat. This unadorned statement would have wounded Omar bin to the marrow of his pride, for he chanced to be a splendid tiger-marked feline of purest Persian breed, with glorious yellow eyes and a Solomon in all his glory tail. His pedigree could be traced back to Padasha Zim Yuki Yazo Zind, a dignity in itself, sufficient to cause an aristocratic languor, but to the layman he was just a cat. He dwelt with an exclusive family of humans in a little $80,000 cottage on the outskirts of vulgarity, which is to say, the villa was situated near enough to the town to admit of marketing, but far enough removed therefrom to escape the clatter of plebeian toil and the noxious contact with the unhealthy, unwealthy herd. Here the humans entertained selected friends who came at the ends of weeks to admire the splendor of Omar bin's tail, to bow down to the humans' money, and to hate them fiercely because they had it. The master did not toil. He lived, for certain hours of the day, in Wall Street, where he sank his patrician fingers into the throats of lesser men, squeezed them dry, then washed his hands in violet water, and built a church. True, he did not attend this church himself, but he built it. Otherwise, his neighbors might have been deprived of the opportunity of praising God. Omar bin had a French maid all to himself, a perky little human with a quasi-kinship to the feline race, who combed him and brushed him and slicked him down and gave him endless, mortifying baths. Also, she tied lavender bows about his neck and fed him from Dresden china on minute particles of flaked fish and raw sirloin, with a dessert of pasteurized cream. In the rear of the $80,000 cottage there was a $30,000 flower garden, an oppressively clean garden, where the big jack roses were immaculate as Mama's Lizzie boy, and the well-bred, timid little violets seemed to long to play in the dirt, but dared not because of the master rule of form. And here the clean cat used to sun himself in the clean garden, thinking his clean thoughts, and perishing of boredom clean through. Then, one day, from the vulgar outer world came an unclean incident. Omar bin became conscious of an uproar beyond the garden wall. It embraced a whimper of canine hope, a spitting taunt, and the patter of flying paws. Then, suddenly, on top of the high brick wall appeared a cat. The newcomer paused for an instant to fling an obscene au revoir at the raging, disappointed dog, dropped carelessly down into the geranium bed, and took his bearings. He was not a patrician. Omar bin eyed him in a sort of wondering awe. The stranger was a long-barreled, rumpled-furred, devil-clawed street Arab, of a caste or no caste that battles for existence with the world, and beats it. On his tail were rings of missing fur, suggesting former attachments, not of lady friends, but of tin cans and strings. For further assets he possessed one eye and a twisted smile. His present total liability lay in the dog beyond the wall, so the Arab wasn't so badly fixed after all. Besides, he owned property. It consisted of a bullfrog which he carried in his mouth, with its legs and webbed feet protruding in wriggling but unavailing protest. To breathe the better, the street cat dropped the frog and set one mangy paw upon it. Then, suddenly, he spied the Persian. "Hello, Bo," he observed cheerfully. "Didn't see yer. Did yer pipe me chase wid de yelper? Dat stilt-legged son of a saw-toothed tyke has had his nose on me rudder post for more'n a mile." The Persian made no answer, and the Arab continued unabashed. "It's a hunch dat I could 'a' clawed de stuffin' outer him, but I didn't want fer to lose me lunch. Say, what's your name?" Omar bin regarded the interloper with the same glance of refined surprise that the master might have employed when a fleeced plebeian entered his office, demanding to know why the market had slumped, in direct contradiction to confidential prophecy. He elevated his patrician brows, but gave the desired information politely. My ribbon name is Omar bin Safi, firstborn of the second litter of Yuki Zutra and Sultana Yagi Kiz. Here at home, however, I am known by a variety of others, such as Mon Prince de Manière Charmante, Sugar Pie Precious, and "Aw, cut it!" snapped the street cat disgustedly. "Dem ain't no decent names. Dey's positive ridiculous. Mine's Ringtail Pete, but me friends has reasons for forgettin' de tail part of it when they names me to me face. See?" He smiled his twisted smile, raised one paw, and regarded its claws with a sort of humorous pride. The Persian cat said nothing. Ringtail Pete was obviously an undesirable acquaintance. Therefore Omar Ben held his tongue, and became interested in the bullfrog. Curiosity, however, conquered refined reserve. "What is it?" he asked presently. "Frog," said the street cat with laconic candor, as he gracefully mauled the subject of discussion. "I gets 'em over to the frog pond, up back of Lumpkin's tannery. Have a piece?" "Thank you, no," returned the Persian, with a faint smile of his own. "I've just had luncheon." Pete shrugged his gaunt shoulders, murdered the frog, and prepared to dispose of it permanently. Omar Ben edged closer. In spite of his polite refusal, the frog fascinated him. Never in all his benighted life had he tasted one morsel which had not been prepared for him on dainty china, but now it was different. Across the geranium bed came a strange, alluring scent, a scent which roused the memory of inheritance, a memory well nigh washed out of him and his sire before him by the bottle pap of luxury. A memory it was of wild things to be killed, a bloodlust memory, and now at last it woke in a pampered, velvet-hearted cat. Ringtail Pete was conscious of the other's wistful look, and laughed, for his battle with life had taught him generosity. "Say, Bo, yer don't want to do de bashful, see? 'Cause me an' you is gents what understands de game er chancet. Here, take holt and chaw off yerself a hunk." The aristocrat hesitated, then slid down one rung on the ladder of degradation, pushed by bloodlust and the strange compelling camaraderie of the Arab of the streets. It was wrong, he knew, but then there was a certain flavor in this wrong. So, gingerly he crossed the geranium bed, took one webbed foot firmly between his teeth, and wondered at the thrill of life that sparked and snapped along his spine. Then Pete and Omar Ben tugged and tugged till the clean geranium bed was a comfortable, wholesome wreck. "Hully gee!" grinned Ringtail Pete. "We oughter make a wish." They made it, and the metaphoric wishbone parted with a jerk, Omar Ben rolling on his lordly back in the healthy dirt. But he rose and devoured his frog leg to its smallest bone, wishing with all his heart that the frog had been a bigger frog. Then he licked his chops and looked in admiration on his worldly friend. "Thank you so much," he began, but the Arab waved formality aside. "Aw, 'twa'n't nothin'," he declared, "an' dey taste a darned sight better when yer wades for 'em. Say, look a here. You meet me tonight on de top of dis here wall, an' I'll learn yer how to wade for frogs." "Oh dear," began the Persian, trembling at the very mention of the outer world. "Really, Mr. Pete, I really " "Punk!" cut in the Arab, dismissing the protest with a switch of his mutilated tail. "I won't take naw for a answer, an' dis here's de way fer to jump yer wealthy crib. You watch me." He backed away, then took a running start and made the coping of the wall in a splendid, scurrying rush amid a shower of scattered ivy leaves. On the top he turned and called to the wondering aristocrat: "Just wait for me an' de moon, me son, an' don't yer forget dat frogs is frogs." Once more he smiled his twisted smile and was gone into the vulgar outer world. He had not waited for a promise from his friend, for Pete was wise in his little hour of life and left the keeping of a tryst with the honor of a gentleman. 2. As for Omar Ben, he sat in the healthy grime of the garden soil, his mind a prey to the poison of glittering promises, till suddenly a human fell upon him with an absurd French shriek and bore him away to the lap of comfort and a scented bath. In the bath he yowled and wept when another lavender bow was tied about his neck, and yet, had Mamselle Frenchy observed him carefully, she might have caught him smiling. All day long he dozed and dreamed, dreamed of the vulgar world beyond the wall. For now it seemed to his pampered soul that the pole star of an earthly cat's desire was frogs. At the humans' dinner time he scorned their expensive fare and sneaked away into the shadows of the garden to wait for Ringtail Pete and the rising of the moon. It rose, and as it peeped above the wall there also rose a cautious signal wail, and Pete's one eye glowed green among the ivy vines. "Hi, Spot!" grinned the owner of the eye, as Ben Omar clawed his way to a perch beside him. "You're clumb dat wall in a way that make me proud. Now den, we're off." They dropped into the outer world. Omar Ben was trembling somewhat, but tried his best to conceal the mortifying fact, and presently he conquered it. After walking for a quarter of a mile along the country road, they approached the outskirts of the town and began to cross it, employing unfrequented paths. They traversed an alley, black and reeking with nightly smells, pausing at last on the verge of a lighted street whence rose the sound of human mirth, bits of vulgar song, and the barking of vagrant dogs. "Shh!" cautioned Ringtail Pete. "You wait till I counts de tree, den make a rush for de alley across de street. See?" "But why?" asked Ben Omar, wondering. Pete sniffed in scorn of the uninitiated. "Well, nemma mind why. You do like I tells yer, or you'll get yer eggercation wid a brick. Now den, 1, 2, tree! Hump it, Bo!" They humped it, making the other alley's mouth by a margin slim indeed, followed by human howls and a clattering volley of sticks and stones. "Good gracious!" the Persian gasped, as they streaked through the alley's filth. "What are they?" "Boys," grinned Pete. "De town is gettin' fair congested wid 'em. But 'tain't nothin', son. It's just a part er de game o' life. Come on." The way was easier now, and they journeyed without alarm. Presently Ringtail turned to his friend with his twisted smile. "You see dat lady sittin' dere on de gate post? Well, dat's me steady. I'll interjuce yer in a minute." The lady in question was a thin, dirty white cat with bold eyes and a brazen bearing, and Omar Ben was doubtful of her caste. "Thank you," he murmured noncommittally, and hurried on, but the meeting was unavoidable, for the lady crossed the street and stood directly in his path. "Hi, Mame," said Pete in cordial greeting. "Shake hands wid me friend, Mr. hell, shake hands wid Bo." Omar Ben had never seen a lady cat, and his ideal of the sex was something modest and retiring. Miss Mame was not retiring. She greeted her friend's friend without the courtesy of a mister, looked in open admiration at the handsome gentleman, and asked if he were single. The aristocrat murmured a commonplace and edged away. At the slight the lady took umbrage, spat warningly, and showed her claws, till Ringtail Pete averted the trouble by a generous display of tact. "Now, don't get phony, Mame," he remarked in a gentle whisper. "De gent's all right. He's just young, dat's all, and I'm goin' to learn him, see? You chase around for Lizzie, and if de goil ain't got no odder date, you can meet us here about moondown, and we'll bring a brace er frogs. So long, Mame. Remember dat I loves yer." With a partly mollified sniff, the lady returned to her gate post, and the two adventurers went on. They came to the evil-smelling tannery, and to the frog pond just beyond it, stretching cold and still in the moonlight, and covered with a noxious, slimy scum. It was horribly different from the Persian's usual baths, but once in he forgot its chill in the lust of the hunt. They waded and swam and scrambled along the shore, Ringtail pointing out that frogs were wont to crouch close down to the water's edge in the shadow of some bush or vine. "Dere's one," he whispered. "Now sneak up, son, and grab 'im." Quivering with suppressed excitement, Omar Ben sneaked, but mistook the especial frog to which his friend had reference. Instead he pounced upon a big yellow-throated beast weighing 1.5 pounds, and known colloquially as a sockdolager or a jugerroom. There followed a scuffling rush, a grunt, a startled yowl, and a swirl of water. Then Ben Omar came up coughing, minus his frog, but plus an overcoat of mud and disappointment. "Great snakes!" yelled Pete. "Ain't yer got no gumption 'tall? If I had known yer wanted to eat a cow, I'd 'a' took you up to de slaughterhouse. Go for de little ones, Bo. You don't gain nothin' by bein' a hog. Take it from me, it's straight." Bo went for the little ones. He had learned his lesson of experience and profited thereby. He made his virgin kill and devoured it, squatting in the muddy pond, while around him rose the voices of the wild things of the night, and never had a morsel tasted sweeter to his pampered tongue. And so the hunt went on, a never to be forgotten hunt, when crawfish nipped their tails, when insects preyed upon their eyes, and they dripped with the sweat of joyful toil. Then, presently, the friends stretched out upon the bank, weary and replete. "Say, Bo," said Ringtail after a restful pause, "what do yer say to a nip?" "A nip?" asked Omar Ben in astonishment. "What kind of a nip?" "Why, catnip, yer bloomin' blatherskite. What do you tink I meant? A corner o' the moon? I'm talkin' 'bout just straight catnip. Are you on?" "Yes, certainly," returned the Persian gravely. "I am on." On the homeward bound way they turned into a lane and came to a clump of catnip. True, Ben Omar had tasted the herb before, but dry and in 5-cent packages, which was different from the pure article direct from nature's still and exuding its sharp, intoxicating breath. Pete and Omar fell upon it greedily, rolled upon it, wallowed among the scattered leaves, and chewed until their senses swam in a spirit dance of ecstasy. Then, after a nap, the two reeled homeward down the road, Pete smiling his twisted smile, and Omar Ben Safi wrapped in the comforting belief that he was singing tunefully. "Say, R.T.," the Persian chuckled happily, "what did you say was the name of your lady friend's other friend?" "Lizzie," answered Ringtail Pete, astounded at the tone of familiarity, "and take it from me, she's white." "In color, do you mean?" "Naw, in disposition. Outside she's kind of striped, but inside de lady's white. And don't forget it, Bo, she's de owner of 4 good sets of claws." "Thank you," said Omar Ben airily. "I shall endeavor to remember. Come along, R.T." Pete objected somewhat to this pointed abbreviation of his name, but forgave his friend on the grounds that he was drunk, so the two went on and sought their rendezvous. The ladies were waiting, seated expectantly on their gate posts, but descended at Ringtail's call, and the swell gent was formally introduced. Miss Lizzie seemed to like him immensely, and the two progressed so well that Ringtail Pete stretched his single eye to its utmost capacity, cursing softly at his friend's unprecedented cheek. For Omar Ben, thanks to his nip of catnip, so far forgot his strained reserve that Miss Lizzie herself said afterward to her friend in confidence: "I never see such a forward gent since you and me was a couple er half-drowned kits." The flirtation, however, was short-lived, for suddenly, without an instant's warning, Miss Lizzie, Miss Mame, and Pete himself went clawing up a water pipe to a convenient roof above, while down in the street came floating a shrill, defiant yowl. "Chase yourself, Bo!" called Pete in a voice of fear. "It's Ash Can Sam!" Now, Ash Can Sam had a reputation of his own, as every cat in the neighborhood could testify with sorrow and with tears. He weighed 11 pounds. He kept himself in training, and where others lived for love, or wealth, or art, Ash Can Sam existed for a finish fight alone. At the present speaking he came swaggering around the corner, and paused in astonishment at the sight of a stranger sitting in the middle of the street. The insolence of it! It was past belief. "Oh, please, Mr. Bo," wailed Lizzie, wringing her paws as she perched upon the roof, "do hurry whiles you got the chanst. He'll rip you something terrible. For my sake, dearie, won't you slope?" "No, not upon your life," called Omar Ben gravely. "I do not demean myself by retreating from any cat alive." This statement was fat with brave audacity, but lean in the matter of discretion, so Pete leaned down with one last friendly whisper of appeal. "Why, you chowder-headed ass, he'll make yer look like a moth-et flannel shirt. Beat it!" But the patrician declined to beat it, and Ash Can Sam edged a little closer, wearing a desolate, wicked leer of joy. He circled slowly around the stranger cat, eyeing Omar Ben's glossy coat and humming a sort of vulgar chant. "Ain't it a shame to claw up mommer's sugar pet and hurt his nose? Not so, but yet. Oh, ain't it a shame?" Omar Ben regarded the bully in calm scorn. "You disreputable beast," he said. "Shut up." Sam, in no uncertain terms, stated his unwillingness to shut up, and the conversation became personal. "Your blink-eyed yard of silk, I'm going to turn you cat out of the skin, and sell your tail for a fancy dustin' brush. Bosh! You'd run from a pet canary. You're a liar. You're another. So's your pa, and so's your mother." Pht! Zip! Yowl! And the battle was on. "Oh dear," mewed Lizzie tearfully. "And Mr. Bo was such an easy-mannered gentleman, too." Subconsciously, she was already referring to the foolish Persian in the past tense. Yet, in view of probable results, and in the stress of such violent circumstance, her ante mortem sorrow might at least be pardoned. Omar Ben had never had a fight, and yet the memory of inheritance had waked within him, revealing other traits besides his yearning for debauchery and frogs. So now he squared himself and uncurled his velvet toes. Ashcan Sam crouched low and came in with a headlong rush. Omar Ben sidestepped and raked him with a stiffly extended paw. It was a good rake, and there was fur upon his claws and blood. "Hully gee!" breathed Pete into Mame's convenient ear. "Did your piped away Bo uppercut him? Gee!" Ashcan Sam was wounded, not so much in body as in pugilistic pride. He turned to wipe away the stain, and, incidentally, to wipe the earth with the body of a foreign cat. This time he came in swearing, and the two cats reared upon their haunches with the shock, then fell in a tangled, rending, yowling snarl. Omar Ben, by instinctive craft, sought for a point of vantage underneath his foe, a vantage because, when lying on his back, he could claw straight up with all 4 feet, and the greater the weight of the chap on top, the greater his woe abdominally. This point of vantage, however, is difficult to hold, with two most earnest gentlemen desirous of it, and so they changed positions. Changed so rapidly, in fact, that their bodies resembled a sort of pyrotechnic pinwheel, whose centrifugal sparks were composed of eyes and claws and tufts of fur and cat profanity. Also, it lasted longer than the ordinary pinwheel, and was a trifle more uproarious, but it died at last with a sizzling spit, and a lean black streak shot out toward the haven of an alley's mouth. The streak was Ashcan Sam. Omar Ben Safi sat in the middle of the street and wondered. He had thrashed something, and he didn't understand it. So he just sat there, quivering, bleeding, battered, but a conqueror. Ringtail Pete endeavored to express himself, but emotion half choked him. Therefore he spat fervidly and said, "Hully gee!" Then he and the ladies descended from the roof, to walk in silent circles around the champion, regarding him with a species of cataleptic awe. Presently, however, Pete came to earth, extended his paw, and delivered himself to an established truth. "Well, dang my hide, but it takes a aristocrat for to glitter in a scrap." They escorted him all the way to his $80,000 home. The ladies kissed him, both of them, and helped him to clamber weakly over his garden wall. He turned to Ringtail with an easy, aristocratic smile. "Au revoir, R.T. Those frogs were most delicious." "Hully gee!" breathed Pete, and disappeared through the dusk of the outer world. 3. Now, in the $80,000 cottage, black sorrow reigned throughout the night. There were tears and linguistic prayers. There were tinklings of little bells, while humans called shrilly to vulgar officials along the wires. From a mass of incoherence the officials learned that some evil-hearted ruffian had entered the $30,000 garden and stolen a priceless cat. Thus the outer world went hunting. So great was its zeal, so great was the offer of reward, that it captured every cat in town, with the one exception, of course, of Omar Ben Safi. This particular hero was found the next morning, asleep in the geranium bed. So they bore him in, while weepings burst forth afresh. And well they might. Poor Omar Ben was a sight to awaken pity, even in the stoniest of hearts. The number of his hairs could be counted almost by plus and minus tufts. One eye was closed. The splendid tail was bent in several angles unrecognized by the rules of art, and he smelled of the outer world horribly. His mistress expressed her grief in a noiseless, refined whimper of despair. The French maid shrieked, and called on heaven to witness the devastation of her every hope. But the master, who had lived, in spite of his Wall Street training, laughed. "Nonsense," he said. "You are squandering your sympathies upon a shameless prodigal. The beast has had the time of his life, by George!" "Oh, Charles, how can you?" wailed the mistress of the priceless cat. "Can't you see how the precious child is suffering?" Again the master laughed brutally. "Of course he's suffering, my dear, but look at the smile on him." End of A Night Out by Edward People. Read by Rowdy Delaney for LibriVox.org.
Solander's Radio Tomb by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush in Marquette, Michigan, October 2008. Solander's Radio Tomb by Ellis Parker Butler. Pigs' Butler quite surpasses himself in this story. The intricacies in radio are so great, and the changes occur so quickly that no one can afford to make a will wherein a radio provision figures. Once we thought of having a radio loudspeaker installed in our coffin to keep us company and make it less lonesome. After reading this story, we quickly changed our mind. The possibilities are too various. I first met Mr. Remington Solander shortly after I installed my first radio set. I was going into New York on the 8:15 a.m. train, and was sitting with my friend Murchison, and as a matter of course we were talking radio. I had just told Murchison that he had a lunk-headed noodle, and that for 2 cents I would poke him in the jaw, and that even a pin-headed idiot ought to know that a tube set was better than a crystal set. To this Murchison had replied that that settled it. He said he had always known I was a moron, and now he was sure of it. "If you had enough brains to fill a hazelnut shell," he said, "you wouldn't talk that way. Anybody but a half-baked lunatic would know that what a man wants in radio is clear, sharp reception, and that's what a crystal gives you. You're one of these half-wits that think they're classy if they can hear some 2-cent station 500 miles away utter a few faint squeaks. Shut up! I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to listen to you. Go and sit somewhere else." Of course, that was what was to be expected of Murchison, and if I did let out a few laps of anger, I feel I was entirely justified. Radio fans are always disputing over the relative merits of crystal and tube sets, but I knew I was right. I was just trying to decide whether to choke Murchison with my bare hands and throw his lifeless body out of the car window, or tell him a few things I had been wanting to say ever since he began knocking my tube set, when this Remington Solander, who was sitting behind us, leaned forward and tapped me on the shoulder. I turned quickly and saw his long sheep-like face close to mine. He was chewing cardamom seeds and breathing the odor into my face. "My friend," he said, "come back and sit with me. I want to ask you a few questions about radio." Well, I couldn't resist that, could I? No radio fan could. I did not care much for the looks of this Remington Solander man, but for a few weeks my friends had seemed to be steering away from me when I drew near, although I am sure I never said anything to bore them. All I ever talked about was my radio set and some new hookups I was trying, but I had noticed that men who formerly had seemed to be fond of my company now gave startled looks when I neared them. Some even climbed over the nearest fence and ran madly across the vacant lots, looking over their shoulders with frightened glances as they ran. For a week I had not been able to get any man of my acquaintance to listen to one word from me, except Murchison, and he is an utter idiot, as I think I have made clear, so I left Murchison and sat with Remington Solander. In one way I was proud to be invited to sit with Remington Solander, because he was far and away the richest man in our town. When he died his estate proved to amount to $3,000,000. I had seen him often, and I knew who he was, but he was a stand-offish old fellow, and did not mix, so I had never met him. He was a tall man and thin, somewhat flabby, and he was pale in an unhealthy sort of way. But after all, he was a millionaire and a member of one of the old families of Westcote, so I took the seat alongside of him with considerable satisfaction. "I gather," he said as soon as I was seated, "that you are interested in radio." I told him I was. "And I'm just building a new set, using a new hookup that I heard of a week ago," I said. "I think it is going to be a wonder. Now here is the idea. Instead of using a grid—" "Yes, yes," the old aristocrat said hastily, "but never mind that now. I know very little of such things. I have an electrician employed by the year to care for my radio set, and I leave all such things to him. You are a lawyer, are you not?" I told him I was. "And you are chairman of the trustees of the Westcote Cemetery, are you not?" he asked. I told him I was that also, and I may say that the Westcote Cemetery Association is one of the rightest and tightest little corporations in existence. It has been in existence since 1808, and has been exceedingly profitable in those fortunate enough to hold its stock. I inherited the small block I own from my grandfather. Recently we trustees had bought 60 additional acres adjoining the old cemetery, and had added them to it, and we were about ready to put the new lots on the market. At $300 apiece there promised to be a tremendous profit in the thing, for our cemetery was a fashionable place to be buried in, and the demand for the lots in the new addition promised to be enormous. "You have not known it," said Remington Solander in his slow drawl, which had the effect of letting his words slide out of his mouth and drip down his long chin like cold molasses, "but I have been making inquiries about you, and I have been meaning to speak to you. I am drawing up a new last will and testament, and I want you to draw up one of the clauses for me without delay." "Why, certainly, Mr. Solander," I said with increased pride. "I'll be glad to be of service to you." "I am choosing you for the work," Remington Solander said, "because you know and love radio as I do, and because you are a trustee of the Cemetery Association. Are you a religious man?" "Well," I said a little uneasily, "some, but not much." "No matter," said Mr. Solander, placing a hand on my arm. "I am. I have always been. From my earliest youth my mind has been on serious things. As a matter of fact, sir, I have compiled a manuscript collection of religious quotations, hymns, sermons, and uplifting thoughts which now fill 14 volumes, all in my own handwriting. Fortunately I inherited money, and this collection is my gift to the world." "And a noble one, I'm sure," I said. "Most noble," said Mr. Solander. "But, sir, I have not confined my activities to the study chair. I have kept my eye on the progress of the world, and it seems to me that radio, this new and wonderful invention, is the greatest discovery of all ages and imperishable. But, sir, it is being twisted to cheap uses. Jazz, cheap songs, worldly words, and music. That I mean to remedy." "Well," I said, "it might be done. Of course, people like what they like." "Some nobler souls like better things," said Remington Solander solemnly. "Some more worthy men and women will welcome nobler radio broadcasting. In my will I am putting aside $1,000,000 to establish and maintain a broadcasting station that will broadcast only my 14 volumes of hymns and uplifting material. Every day this matter will go forth: sermons, lectures on prohibition, noble thoughts, and religious poems." I assured him that some people might be glad to get that a lot of people might, in fact, and that I could write that into his will without any trouble at all. "Ah," said Remington Solander, "but that is already in my will. What I want you to write for my will is another clause. I mean to build, in your cemetery, a high-class and imperishable granite tomb for myself. I want to place it on that knoll, that high knoll, the highest spot in your cemetery. What I want you to write into my will is a clause providing for the perpetual care and maintenance of my tomb. I want to set aside $500,000 for that purpose." "Well," I said to the sheep-faced millionaire, "I can do that too." "Yes," he agreed, "and I want to give my family and relations the remaining $1.5 million provided," he said, accenting the provided, "they carry out faithfully the provisions of the clause, providing for the perpetual care and maintenance of my tomb. If they don't care and maintain," he said, giving me a hard look, "that $1.5 million is to go to the Home for Flea-Bitten Dogs." "They'll care and maintain all right," I laughed. "I think so," said Remington Solander gravely. "I do think so, indeed. And now, sir, we come to the important part. You, as I know, are a trustee of the cemetery." "Yes," I said, "I am." "For drawing this clause of my will, if you can draw it," said Remington Solander, looking me full in the eye with both his own, which were like the eyes of a salt mackerel, "I shall pay you $5,000. Well, I almost gasped. It was a big lot of money for drawing one clause of a will, and I began to smell a rat right there. But I may say the proposition Remington Solander made to me was one I was able, after quite a little talk with my fellow trustees of the cemetery, to carry out. What Remington Solander wanted was to be permitted to put a radio loud-speaking outfit in his granite tomb, a radio loud-speaking outfit permanently set at 327 meters wave-length, which was to be the wave-length of his endowed broadcasting station. I don't know how Remington Solander first got his remarkable idea, but just about that time an undertaker in New York had rigged up a hearse with a phonograph so that the hearse would loud-speak suitable hymns on the way to the cemetery, and that may have suggested the loud-speaking tomb to Remington Solander. But it is not important where he got the idea. He had it, and he was set on having it carried out. "Think," he said, "of the uplifting effect of it. On the highest spot in the cemetery will stand my noble tomb, loud speaking in all directions the solemn and holy words and music I have collected in my 14 volumes. All who enter the cemetery will hear, all will be ennobled and uplifted." That was so, too. I saw that at once. I said so. So Remington Solander went on to explain that the income from the $500,000 would be set aside to keep A batteries and B batteries supplied, to keep the outfit in repair, and so on. So I tackled the job rather enthusiastically. I don't say that the $5,000 fee did not interest me, but I did think Remington Solander had a grand idea. It would make our cemetery stand out. People would come from everywhere to see and listen. The lots in the new addition would sell like hot cakes. But I did have a little trouble with the trustees. They balked when I explained that Remington Solander wanted the sole radio loud-speaking rights of our cemetery. But someone finally suggested that if Remington Solander put up a new and artistic iron fence around the whole cemetery, it might be all right. They made him submit his 14 volumes so they could see what sort of matter he meant to broadcast from his high-class station, and they agreed it was solemn enough. It was all solemn and sad and gloomy, just the stuff for a cemetery. So when Remington Solander agreed to build the new iron fence, they made a formal contract with him, and I drew up the clause for the will, and he bought 6 lots on top of the high knoll and began erecting his marble mausoleum. For 8 months or so Remington Solander was busier than he had ever been in his life. He superintended the building of the tomb, and he had on hand the job of getting his endowed radio station going. It was given the letters WZZZ, and hiring artists to sing and play and speechify his 14 volumes of gloom and uplift at 327 meters, and it was too much for the old codger. The very night the test of the WZZZ outfit was made, he passed away and was no more on earth. His funeral was one of the biggest we ever had in Westcote. I should judge that 5,000 people attended his remains to the cemetery, for it had become widely known that the first WZZZ program would be received and loud-spoken from Remington Solander's tomb that afternoon. The first selection on the program, his favorite hymn, beginning as the funeral cortege left the church, and the program continuing until dark. I'll say it was one of the most affecting occasions I have ever witnessed. As the body was being carried into the tomb, the loudspeaker gave us a sermon by Reverend Peter L. Ruggis, full of sob stuff, and every one of the 5,000 present wept. And when the funeral was really finished, over 2,000 remained to hear the rest of the program, which consisted of hymns, missionary reports, static, and recitations of religious poems. We increased the price of the lots in the new edition, $100 per lot immediately, and we sold 4 lots that afternoon and 2 the next morning. The big metropolitan newspapers all gave the Westcote Cemetery full-page illustrated articles the next Sunday, and we received during the next week over 300 letters, mostly from ministers, praising what we had done. But that was not the best of it. Requests for lots began to come in by mail. Not only people in Westcote wrote for prices, but people away over in New Jersey and up in Westchester country, and even from as far away as Poughkeepsie and Delaware. We had twice as many requests for lots as there were lots to sell, and we decided we would have an auction and let them go to the highest bidders. You see, Remington Solander's talking tomb was becoming nationally famous. We began to negotiate with the owners of 6 farms adjacent to our cemetery. We figured on buying them and making more new additions to the cemetery, and then we found we could not use 3 of the farms. The reason was that the loudspeaker in Remington Solander's tomb would not carry that far. It was not strong enough. So we went to the executors of his estate and ran up against another snag. Nothing in the radio outfit in the tomb could be altered in any way whatever. That was in the will. The same loudspeaker had to be maintained, the same wavelength had to be kept, the same makes of batteries had to be used, the same style of tubes had to be used. Remington Solander had thought of all that. So we decided to let well enough alone. It was all we could do anyway. We bought the farms that were reached by the loudspeaker and had them surveyed and laid out in lots. And then the thing happened. Yes, sir, I'll sell my cemetery stock for 2 cents on the dollar, if anybody will bid that much for it. For what do you think happened? Along came the government of the United States, regulating this radio thing, and assigned new wavelengths to all the broadcasting stations. It gave Remington Solander's endowed broadcasting station WZZZ an 855-meter wavelength, and it gave that station at Dodwood, station PKX, the 327-meter wavelength. And the next day poor old Remington Solander's tomb poured forth, "Yes, we ain't got no bananas," and the hot dog jazz, and "If you don't see Mama every night, you can't see Mama at all," and Hink Tubbs in his funny stories like, "Well, one day an Irishman and a Swede were walking down Broadway, and they see a flapper coming towards them, and she had on one of them short skirts they was wearing, see? So Mike, he says, 'Gee be jabbers, ole, I see a peach.' So the Swede He says, looking at the silk stockings, "Maybe you been seen a peach, Mike, but I been seen one mighty nice pair. Well, the other day I went to see my mother-in-law." You know the sort of program. I don't say that the people who like them are not entitled to like them, but I do say they are not the sort of programs to loudspeak from a tomb in a cemetery. I expect old Remington Solander turned clear over in his tomb when these programs began to come through. I know our board of trustees went right up in the air, but there was not a thing we could do about it. The newspapers gave us double pages the next Sunday. Remington Solander's Jazz Tomb and Westcote's Two-Step Cemetery, and within a week the inmates of our cemetery began to move out. Friends of people who had been buried over 100 years came and moved them to the other cemeteries and took the headstones and monuments with them. And in a month our cemetery looked like one of those great war battlefields, like a lot of shell holes. Not a man, woman, or child was left in the place, except Remington Solander in his granite tomb on top of the high knoll. What we've got on our hands is a deserted cemetery. They all blame me, but I can't do anything about it. All I can do is groan. Every morning I grab the paper and look for the PKX program, and then I groan. Remington Solander is the lucky man. He's dead. End of Solander's Radio Tomb by Ellis Parker Butler.
The Tell-Tale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. Recording by Margaret Beauchamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tell-Tale Heart. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he has passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my own sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close-fastened through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief, oh no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is only but the wind in the chimney," "It is only a mouse crossing the floor," or "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out of the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eve. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. Ha, ha! When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room, and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feelings, but it continued and gained definiteness, until, at length, I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles, in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting, and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over and over continually and increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark! Louder, louder, louder. Villains, I shrieked, dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here. It is the beating of his hideous heart. The End. End of The Telltale Heart. Recording by Margaret Brechant.
Thomas Jefferson Brown by James Oliver Curwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Thomas Jefferson Brown by James Oliver Curwood. There are not many who will remember him as Thomas Jefferson Brown. For 10 years he had been mildly ashamed of himself, and out of respect for people who were dead, and for a dozen or so who were living, he had the good taste to drop his last name. The fact that it was only Brown didn't matter. "Tack Thomas Jefferson to Brown," he said, and you've got a name that sticks. It had an aristocratic sound, and Thomas Jefferson, with the brown cut off, was still aristocratic, when you came to count the red corpuscles in him. In some sort of way he was related to 2 dead presidents, 3 dead army officers, a living college professor, and a few common people. He was legitimately born to the purple, but fate had sent him off on a curious ricochet in a game all of its own, and changed him from Thomas Jefferson Brown into just plain Thomas Jefferson without the brown. He was one of those specimens who, when you meet them, somehow make you feel there are a few lost kings of the earth, as well as lost lambs. He was what we called a first sighter. That is, you liked him the instant you looked at him. You knew without further acquaintance that he was a man whom you could trust with your money, your friendship, anything you had. He was big, with a wholesome brown face, blond hair, and gray eyes that seemed always to be laughing and twinkling, even when he was hungry. He carried about with him a load of cheerfulness so big that it was constantly spilling over on other people. There was a time when Thomas Jefferson Brown had little white cards with his name on them. That was when he went to college, and his lungs weren't so good. It was then that some big doctor told him that if he wanted to live to have grandchildren, the best thing for him to do was to tramp it for a while, live out of doors, sleep out of doors, do nothing but breathe fresh air and walk. That doctor was Fate, playing his game behind a pair of spectacles and a bumpy forehead. He saved Thomas Jefferson Brown all right, but he turned him into a plain Thomas Jefferson. For Thomas Jefferson Brown never got over taking his medicine. He kept on tramping. He got big and broad and happy. Somewhere, perhaps in a barn, he caught a microbe that made him dislike ordinary work. He would set to and help a farmer saw wood all day, just for company and grub. But you couldn't hire him to go into an office, or settle down to anything steady for $25 a day. He had a scientific name for the thing that was in him, the wanderlust bug, I think he called it, and he said it was better than the Chinese ladybugs that the government imports to save California fruit. The nearest Thomas Jefferson ever came to going back to Thomas Jefferson Brown was when he took a job at braking on the Southern Pacific. That held him for 3 days less than 2 weeks. "The wanderlust bug wouldn't stand for it," he explained. Right after that, he struck a farmer's house where the farmer was sick, almost dying, with 3 little kids and a frail little woman trying to keep things up. He worked like 10 men for more than a month on that farm, and when he went away he wouldn't take a cent. That's the sort of ne'er-do-well Thomas Jefferson was. He wouldn't beg. He'd go 3 days without grub and laugh all the time. It was mostly in the country and in small villages that he made his living. He could play 7 different kinds of instruments without any instruments at all. Did it all with his mouth. And the kids, they went wild over him. In return for his entertainment, Thomas Jefferson wasn't ashamed to take whatever came to him in the way of odd nickels and dimes. Once the manager of a vaudeville house heard him on a street corner and offered him a job at $50 a week if he'd sign a contract for 12 weeks. "Good Lord," said Thomas Jefferson, "I wouldn't know what to do with $600. The next week he was cooking in a lumber camp for his board. That's Thomas Jefferson, or rather that's what he was. And now we're coming to the girl who killed the bug in Thomas Jefferson and rescued the king. She was born swell. She has blue eyes, the sort that can light up a dark day and can make your head turn dizzy when they smile at you. And she's got the right sort of hair to go with 'em, red and gold and brown all mixed up, until you can't tell which is which. the sort that makes you wonder if some big artist hasn't been painting a picture for you when you see it out in the sunshine. She comes of a titled family, but she'd want to die tomorrow if Thomas Jefferson Brown didn't worship her from the tips of her little toes to the top of her pretty head. She thinks he's a king, and he is, one of those great big healthy kings that nature sometimes grows when it has half a chance. It's curious how the whole thing happened. Thomas Jefferson wandered up to Portland at the time we were fitting out a ship for a whaling cruise. We saw him imitating a banjo for a lot of kids down at the wharf, and the minute our eyes lit on him, Tucker's and mine, we liked him. It isn't necessary to go into the details of what happened after that. Just a week later, when Thomas Jefferson and I were shaking hands for the last time, a queer sort of look came into his eyes, and he said, "Bobby, you're the first man I ever knew that makes me feel like crying when you leave me." He said it just like one of the kids he'd tickled half to death on the wharf. There was a little jerking in his throat, and there came into his face a look so gentle that it made me think of a girl. "Why don't you come along on this cruise with me?" I said. Thomas Jefferson gave a sudden start, and a queer expression came into his eyes, as if he saw something out on the sea that had startled him. Then he laughed. You could hear that laugh of Thomas Jefferson's 3 blocks away, and sunshine and winter couldn't bring more cheer than the sound of it. He looked at me for a moment, and then said, "Bobby, I'll go." It wasn't 48 hours before Thomas Jefferson had a first mortgage on every soul aboard the sleeping sealer, from the captain to the oiler down to the engine room. He was able, all right, but you couldn't have made an able seaman out of him in 100 years. For all that, he did the work of 3 men. The first thing you heard when you woke up in the morning was his whistle, and the last thing you heard at night was his laugh or his song. He did everything, from cooking to telling us why Germany couldn't lick England, and how the United States could clean up the map of the earth if Congress would spend less money on job-making bureaus and a little more on warships. Then we discovered what was in the old alligator skin valise he carried. It was books. Half the time he didn't have to read to us, but just talked of the stuff he'd learned by heart. We got to know a lot before the trip was half begun just by associating with Thomas Jefferson Brown, or Thomas Jefferson as he was then. We spent 3 months up about the Spicer Islands, and then came down toward Southampton Land. Thomas Jefferson was the happiest man aboard until we caught sight of a coast, and then the change began. After that he'd get restless whenever land hove in sight. 6 weeks later we came down into Rose Welcome Sound, planning to get out through Hudson Strait before winter set in. The fact that we were almost homeward bound didn't seem to affect Thomas Jefferson. I saw the beginning of the end when he came to me one day. "Bobby, I've never seen this northern country. It's a big, glorious country, and I'd like to go ashore." There wasn't any use arguing with him. The captain tried it, we all tried it, and at last Thomas Jefferson prepared to take his leave of us at Point Fullerton, just 800 miles north of civilization, where there is an Eskimo village and a police station of the Royal Northwest Mounted. He came to me the day before we were going to take him ashore, and said, "Bobby, why don't you come along? Let's chum it, old man, and see what happens." When he went ashore the next day, I went with him, and we each took 3 months' supply of grub and our pay. From that hour there began the big change, the change which turned Thomas Jefferson back into Thomas Jefferson Brown, and which it took a girl to finish. It came first in his eyes, and then in his laugh. After that he seemed to grow an inch or 2 taller, and he lost that careless, shiftless way which comes of what he called the wanderlust bug. There wasn't so much laughter in his eyes, but something better had taken its place, a deeper, grayer, more thoughtful look, and he didn't play those queer things with his mouth any more. The police at Point Fullerton hardly had a glimpse of him as the big, sunny, loose-jointed giant, Thomas Jefferson. He had become a bronze-bearded god, with the strength of 5 men in his splendid shoulders, and a port to his head that made you think of a piece of sculpture. "You can't be anything but a man up here, Bobby," he said one day, and I knew what he meant. "It's not the air, it's not the cold, and it's not the fight you make to keep life in your body," he added, "but it's God. That's what it is, Bobby. There's not a sound or a sight up here, outside of that little cabin, that's human. It's all God. There's nothing else, and it makes you think." It was spring when we came down to Fort Churchill, and it was summer when we struck York Factory. It was the middle of one of those summer days when strawberries ripen even up there, that the last prop fell out from under Thomas Jefferson, and he became Thomas Jefferson Brown. He met Lady Isobel. The title did not really belong to her, for she was only the cousin of Lord Meton, but Thomas Jefferson Brown called her that from the first. It was down close to the boats, where their launch lay, and the wind had frolicked with Lady Isobel's hair until it rippled about her face and shoulders like a net of spun gold. She was bareheaded, and he was bareheaded, and they stared for a moment, her blue eyes flashing into his gray ones, and then there came into her face a color like rose, and he bowed, as one of the old-time presidents might have bowed to a hair-powdered beauty in the days when the Capitol was young. That was the beginning, and to his honor be it said that Thomas Jefferson Brown never revealed that he was a gentleman born, though his heart was stricken with love at that first sight of Lady Isobel's lovely face. Lord Meton wanted a man, one who could handle a canoe and shoulder 200 pounds of duff, and Tom became the man, working like a slave for a month, but always with the pride and bearing of a king. It wasn't difficult to see what was happening. Lord Meton saw and understood, but he knew that the proud blood in Lady Isobel was an invulnerable armor that would protect her from indiscretion. And as for Thomas Jefferson Brown, "Bobby," he said, standing up straight and tall, "if she can only love a gentleman and not a man, what's the use of playing cards?" One day, when he had to carry Lady Isobel ashore from a big York boat, something inside him got the best of his arms, and he held her tight, so tight that her eyes came down to his with a frightened look, and he heard a breath come from her that was almost a sob. They gazed at each other for a moment, and it was then that Thomas Jefferson Brown told her that he loved her, not in words, but in a way that she understood. When he set her down on shore, she was as white as death. From that day she treated him a little coolly, up to the last moment out on the bay. It was a bright, sunshiny day when the three, Lord Meton, Lady Isobel, and Thomas Jefferson Brown, set off in a big birch-bark canoe, bound for Harrison's Island, a dozen miles out from the mainland. But you can't tell much about sunshine and calm on Hudson Bay. They're like a jealous woman's smile, masking something hidden. 4 miles out the wind came up. Midway between the island and the mainland it was a small gale. Even at that, Thomas Jefferson Brown would have made it all right, if the beat of the sea hadn't broken a rotten thread under the bow, letting the birch seam part with a suddenness that sent a little spurt of water up into Lady Isobel's face. What? No, this isn't going to have the regulation hero act end, in which Thomas Jefferson Brown saves the life of the lady he loves. It's something different. Something that Thomas Jefferson Brown never guessed at when the water spurted in, and Lady Isobel turned to him with a little scream, her beautiful blue eyes wide and filled with horror. "Don't be afraid," he said. "Here, take this jacket, and hold it down tight over the seam. We'll reach the island all right." Lady Isobel held the jacket over the hole, and Thomas Jefferson Brown put a strength into his paddle that threatened to crack off the handle. After a minute or two he saw a little trickle of water beginning to ooze in about the edges of the jacket. He leaned back for an instant, and signaled Lord Meton to bend over toward him. "Take off your clothes," he said, so low that Lady Isobel couldn't hear. "Can you swim?" "Not a stroke," said Lord Meton, and his face went as white as chalk. But it was no whiter than Thomas Jefferson Brown's. When a birch-bark seam begins to part, there's no power on earth that will hold it when the canoe is heavily loaded. A few minutes later the water was gushing in by the quart about Lady Isobel's feet. She fought hard to hold it back. When at last she saw that it was hopeless, she turned again to see Lord Meton in his underwear, and Thomas Jefferson Brown stripped of everything but his shirt and his buckskin trousers, which don't water-sog. He laughed straight into her face, as if it was all an amusing joke, and then, suddenly, he began playing that banjo thing with his mouth. It was all so strange, with the beat of the sea, the wail of the wind, and Thomas Jefferson Brown sitting there as if nothing were happening, that Lady Isobel just stared in astonishment while the water gushed in about her. At last he put down his paddle and stretched out both hands, and it seemed the most natural thing in the world that her two hands should come out to meet his. "Listen," he said, and his eyes were telling her again what they told her on the day when he brought her in from the York boat. "You'll do as I tell you, won't you? And you won't be afraid?" For an instant Lady Isobel looked at Lord Meton, shrinking and shivering in the stern of the canoe. And then she looked back to the other man's face, and blue fires seemed to leap into her eyes. "With you? No, I'm not afraid," she said. She leaned toward him, nearer and nearer, as the water rose about them, looking straight into his eyes. They both knew in that moment that it was the man and the woman who had triumphed, and that for them the lady and the gentleman were dead. "I'm not afraid with you," she said again. Her lips trembled, and her golden hair swept over his breast, and Thomas Jefferson Brown bent down and kissed her once upon the mouth. Then he said, as if he were speaking to a little girl, "Do not be afraid, and hold to the edge of the canoe when it fills. The wind will carry us to Harrison's Island." He turned to Lord Meton and repeated the words, and just then the birch-bark began to settle under them. With one hand gripping the side, Thomas Jefferson Brown leaped over the sea. Lower and lower settled the canoe with almost a scream. Lord Meton cried out above the wind, "Good Lord! It won't hold us up!" For a few moments Thomas Jefferson relieved the canoe of his weight, and the bark rose again, slowly. Then, with a gasp, he clutched at the side again, and into Lady Isobel's drenched face half hid the wet veil of her shining hair. "The canoe won't hold us all up," he said, trying to smile. "But it will hold two. You two and the wind is taking it to the island. 4 miles to the island, and I may be make it." He knew that he never could make it. No man could swim so far in the chill waters of Hudson Bay. But he spoke as if his words were, "I'm going to let go and try. Isobel, my love, will you kiss me?" She threw one arm about his neck. Meton, clutching with frantic terror to the canoe, saw nothing of what happened, nor did he hear the sobbing cry of Lady Isobel's heart as she kissed Thomas Jefferson Brown once, and then 3 times, before he dropped back into the sea again. "Good-bye, sweetheart," he said. In the eyes that looked up at her, in his eyes in the one last look of love that he said "Good-bye," Lady Isobel saw the truth, and stretched out her arm to him. "Stop! Come back! Take me with you!" she cried. "I want to go with you!" And there, in the wildness of that sea, 4 miles from shore, Thomas Jefferson Brown seemed to heave himself up out of the water, as if the strength of 1,000 swimmers had suddenly come to him. He let out a cry of triumph, of love, of joy, and he came back and gripped the canoe again, his gray eyes flashing, his face glowing with a strange flush. "You want to go with me?" he said. "Come!" He held up his arms, and with a cry that wasn't fear Lady Isobel went into them, while Thomas Jefferson Brown called to Lord Meton, "Stick to the canoe! It will take you to the island!" The shore was a low, dark streak 4 miles away, an appalling distance away, but as she clung lightly to his shoulders, as Thomas Jefferson Brown told her to do, the horror and the fear of the big sea went out of Lady Isobel's brave little heart. She put her face down against his neck, pulled back his wet hair, and kissed him. God bless all such true hearts, wherever they be. "We'll make it, Tom! We'll make it!" she told him 100 times. He felt the warm caresses of her lips, the thrilling love of her voice, and he knew that she was ready to die with him. He swam in a strange way, a wonderfully strange way, did Thomas Jefferson Brown. He stood almost erect in the water, his head and shoulders clear, and now and then he stopped to rest, and it seemed no test for him at all to float with the weight of the woman he loved, his face turned up to her in those moments, her glorious blue eyes devouring him, her sweet lips kissing him, still kissing him. He was doing a thing that she knew no other man in the world could do. She kept telling him so, while the land drew nearer and nearer, until at last she cried out in joy that she could see the little bushes along the shore. "Another mile, Tom," she said. "Only another mile, and then—" "And then," he said. "And then life!" she cried. "Life for you and me!" He went on, seeming to grow stronger as the shore grew nearer. It was wonderful, but at last, when they came to the beach, he dropped down like a dead man. Lady Isobel caught his head to her dripping breast, and rocked him back and forth, sobbing a paean of love and pride, while far out she saw the canoe and Lord Meton drifting shoreward. A few minutes later Thomas Jefferson Brown went out into the sea again, until he was not much more than a speck, and brought in the canoe and Lord Meton, while Lady Isobel stood to her knees in the water, praising her God that from riches and splendor she had come out into a wilderness to find such a man as this. After that, at York Factory, there was nothing left for Thomas Jefferson Brown to do but to reveal himself, and when Lord Meton discovered that there ran as good blood through his rescuer's veins as through his own, he gripped hands with the man who had saved him, and gave his congratulations on the spot. But it made no difference to Isobel. If anything, she was a little disappointed. Thomas Jefferson Brown arranged to go back with them on their yacht. The wedding would take place in London, a quiet affair. One day Isobel and her lover came along hand in hand, and Thomas Jefferson Brown said to me, "Bobby, you're going to be best man." "Not best man," Lady Isobel added, "but second best, Bobby. There's only one best man in the world." But I haven't been able to come to the point of this story yet, the remarkable part of it. 2 weeks later, when we were up the river and our canoe struck a snag, I discovered that Thomas Jefferson Brown couldn't swim a stroke. "Good Lord!" I said, but waited. Back at the post, Thomas Jefferson Brown took me into his little room and said, Bobby, you've found that I can't swim, and I'm going to trust you with a great secret. Love can accomplish miracles, and love did out there. For when I let go of the canoe, Bobby, I knew that I was going straight down to my death. But a wonderful thing happened. He brought a little map from a drawer. Look at this map, Bobby. See all those little marks off Harrison's Island? Figures. 2s and 3s and 5s, and nothing above 6s? That's the depth of water for 5 miles out from Harrison's Island at low tide. And it was low tide when I jumped from the canoe. That's all, Bobby. I waded ashore. But what would be the good of saying anything about it when it brought me love like hers? Yes, what would be the use? For Thomas Jefferson Brown stepped out deliberately to go to his death, and found life. He's a hero and a man, is Thomas Jefferson Brown, even if fate did step in to make heroism a little easy for him at the time. End of Thomas Jefferson Brown. Recording by Roger Moline.
The Verdict by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rena Toby. The Verdict by Edith Wharton. June 1908. I had always thought Jack Gisburn rather a cheap genius, though a good fellow enough, so it was no great surprise to me to hear that in the height of his glory he had dropped his painting, married a rich widow, and established himself in a villa on the Riviera, though I rather thought it would have been Rome or Florence. The height of his glory, that was what the women called it. I can hear Mrs. Gideon Thwing, his last Chicago sitter, deploring his unaccountable abdication. Of course, it's going to send the value of my picture way up, but I don't think of that, Mr. Rickham. The loss to art is all I think of. The word on Mrs. Thwing's lips multiplied its R's as though they were reflected in an endless vista of mirrors. And it was not only the Mrs. Thwings who mourned. Had not the exquisite Hermia Croft, at the last Grafton Gallery show, stopped me before Gisburn's Moon Dancers to say with tears in her eyes, "We shall not look upon its like again"? Well, even through the prism of Hermia's tears, I felt able to face the fact with equanimity. Poor Jack Gisburn! The women had made him. It was fitting that they should mourn him. Among his own sex fewer regrets were heard, and in his own trade hardly a murmur. Professional jealousy? Perhaps. If it were, the honor of the craft was vindicated by little Claude Nutley, who, in all good faith, brought out in the Burlington a very handsome obituary on Jack, one of those showy articles stocked with random technicalities that I have heard, I won't say by whom, compared to Gisburn's paintings. And so, his resolve being apparently irrevocable, the discussion gradually died out, and as Mrs. Thwing had predicted, the price of Gisburn's went up. It was not till 3 years later that in the course of a few weeks' idling on the Riviera, it suddenly occurred to me to wonder why Gisburn had given up his painting. On reflection, it really was a tempting problem. To accuse his wife would have been too easy. His fair sitters had been denied the solace of saying that Mrs. Gisburn had dragged him down. For Mrs. Gisburn, as such, had not existed till nearly a year after Jack's resolve had been taken. It might be that he had married her, since he liked his ease, because he didn't want to go on painting. But it would have been hard to prove that he had given up his painting because he had married her. Of course, if she had not dragged him down, she had equally, as Miss Croft contended, failed to lift him up. She had not led him back to the easel. To put the brush into his hand again, what a vocation for a wife! But Mrs. Gisburn appeared to have disdained it, and I felt it might be interesting to find out why. The desultory life of the Riviera lends itself to such purely academic speculations, and having on my way to Monte Carlo caught a glimpse of Jack's balustraded terraces between the pines, I had myself borne thither the next day. I found the couple at tea beneath their palm trees, and Mrs. Gisburn's welcome was so genial that in the ensuing weeks I claimed it frequently. It was not that my hostess was interesting. On that point I could have given Miss Croft the fullest reassurance. It was just because she was not interesting, if I may be pardoned the bull, that I found her so. For Jack, all his life, had been surrounded by interesting women. They had fostered his art. It had been reared in the hothouse of their adulation. And it was therefore instructive to note what effect the deadening atmosphere of mediocrity, I quote Miss Croft, was having on him. I have mentioned that Mrs. Gisburn was rich, and it was immediately perceptible that her husband was extracting from this circumstance a delicate but substantial satisfaction. It is, as a rule, the people who scorn money who get most out of it, and Jack's elegant disdain of his wife's big balance enabled him, with an appearance of perfect good breeding, to transmute it into objects of art and luxury. To the latter, I must add, he remained relatively indifferent, but he was buying Renaissance bronzes and 18th century pictures with a discrimination that bespoke the amplest resources. Money's only excuse is to put beauty into circulation, was one of the axioms he laid down across the Sèvres and silver of an exquisitely appointed luncheon table, when on a later day I had again run over from Monte Carlo, and Mrs. Gisburn, beaming on him, added for my enlightenment, "Jack is so morbidly sensitive to every form of beauty." Poor Jack! It had always been his fate to have women say such things of him. The fact should be set down in extenuation. What struck me now was that for the first time he resented the tone. I had seen him so often basking under similar tributes. Was it the conjugal note that robbed them of their savor? No, for oddly enough it became apparent that he was fond of Mrs. Gisburn, fond enough not to see her absurdity. It was his own absurdity he seemed to be wincing under, his own attitude as an object for garlands and incense. "My dear, since I chucked painting, people don't say that stuff about me. They say it about Victor Grindle," was his only protest, as he rose from the table and strolled out onto the sunlit terrace. I glanced after him, struck by his last word. Victor Grindle was, in fact, becoming the man of the moment, as Jack himself, one might put it, had been the man of the hour. The younger artist was said to have formed himself at my friend's feet, and I wondered if a tinge of jealousy underlay the latter's mysterious abdication. But no, for it was not till after that event that the Rose Dubarry drawing-rooms had begun to display their Grindles. I turned to Mrs. Gisburn, who had lingered to give a lump of sugar to her spaniel in the dining-room. "Why has he chucked painting?" I asked abruptly. She raised her eyebrows with a hint of good-humored surprise. "Oh, he doesn't have to now, you know, and I want him to enjoy himself," she said quite simply. I looked about the spacious white-panelled rooms, with its famille verte vases repeating the tones of the pale damask curtains, and its 18th century pastels in delicate faded frames. "Has he chucked his pictures too? I haven't seen a single one in the house." A slight shade of constraint crossed Mrs. Gisburn's open countenance. "It's his ridiculous modesty, you know. He says they're not fit to have about. He sent them all away except one, my portrait, and that I have to keep upstairs." His ridiculous modesty? Jack's modesty about his pictures? My curiosity was growing like the beanstalk. I said persuasively to my hostess, "I must really see your portrait, you know." She glanced out almost timorously at the terrace where her husband, lounging in a hooded chair, had lit a cigar and drawn the Russian deerhound's head between his knees. "Well, come while he's not looking," she said, with a laugh that tried to hide her nervousness, and I followed her between the marble emperors of the hall and up the wide stairs with the terracotta nymphs poised among flowers at each landing. In the dimmest corner of her boudoir, amid a profusion of delicate and distinguished objects, hung one of the familiar oval canvases in the inevitable garlanded frame. The mere outline of the frame called up all Gisburn's past. Mrs. Gisburn drew back the window curtains, moved aside a jardiniere full of pink azaleas, pushed an armchair away, and said, "If you stand here, you can just manage to see it. I had it over the mantelpiece, but he wouldn't let it stay." Yes, I could just manage to see it, the first portrait of Jack's I had ever had to strain my eyes over. Usually they had the place of honor, say the central panel in a pale yellow or rose Dubarry drawing-room, or a monumental easel placed so that it took the light through the curtains of old Venetian point. The more modest place became the picture better, yet as my eyes grew accustomed to the half-light, all the characteristic qualities came out, all the hesitations disguised as audacities, the tricks of prestidigitation by which, with such consummate skill, he managed to divert attention from the real business of the picture to some pretty irrelevance of detail. Mrs. Gisburn, presenting a neutral surface to work on, forming as it were so inevitably the background of her own picture, had lent herself in an unusual degree to the display of this false virtuosity. The picture was one of Jack's strongest, as his admirers would have put it. It represented on his part a swelling of muscles, a congesting of veins, a balancing, straddling, and straining that reminded one of the circus clown's ironic efforts to lift a feather. It met, in short, at every point, the demand of lovely woman to be painted strongly because she was tired of being painted sweetly, and yet not to lose an atom of the sweetness. "It's the last he painted, you know," Mrs. Gisburn said with pardonable pride. "The last but one," she corrected herself. "But the other doesn't count because he destroyed it." Destroyed it? I was about to follow up this clue when I heard a footstep and saw Jack himself on the threshold. As he stood there, his hands in the pockets of his velveteen coat, the thin brown waves of hair pushed back from his white forehead, his lean sunburnt cheeks furrowed by a smile that lifted the tips of a self-confident mustache, I felt to what a degree he had the same quality as his pictures, the quality of looking cleverer than he was. His wife glanced at him deprecatingly, but his eyes traveled past her to the portrait. "Mr. Rickham wanted to see it," she began, as if excusing herself. He shrugged his shoulders, still smiling. "Oh, Rickham found me out long ago," he said lightly. Then passing his arm through mine, "Come and see the rest of the house." He showed it to me with a kind of naive suburban pride, the bathrooms, the speaking tubes, the dress closets, the trouser presses, all the complex simplifications of the millionaire's domestic economy. And whenever my wonder paid the expected tribute, he said, throwing out his chest a little, "Yes, I really don't see how people manage to live without that." Well, it was just the end one might have foreseen for him, only he was, through it all, and in spite of it all, as he had been through, and in spite of, his pictures, so handsome, so charming, so disarming, that one longed to cry out, "Be dissatisfied with your leisure," as one had longed to say, "Be dissatisfied with your work." But with the cry on my lips, my diagnosis suffered an unexpected check. "This is my own lair," he said, leading me into a dark, plain room at the end of the florid vista. It was square and brown and leathery, no effects, no bric-a-brac, none of the air of posing for reproduction in a picture weekly. Above all, no least sign of ever having been used as a studio. The fact brought home to me the absolute finality of Jack's break with his old life. "Don't ever dabble with paint any more?" I asked, still looking about for a trace of such activity. "Never," he said briefly. "Or watercolor or etching?" His confident eyes grew dim, and his cheeks paled a little under their handsome sunburn. "Never think of it, my dear fellow, any more than if I'd never touched a brush." And his tone told me in a flash that he never thought of anything else. I moved away, instinctively embarrassed by my unexpected discovery. And as I turned, my eye fell on a small picture above the mantelpiece, the only object breaking the plain oak paneling of the room. "Ha, by Jove!" I said. It was a sketch of a donkey, an old, tired donkey, standing in the rain under a wall. "By Jove! A Stroud!" I cried. He was silent, but I felt him close behind me, breathing a little quickly. "What a wonder! Made with a dozen lines, but on everlasting foundations, you lucky chap! Where did you get it?" He answered slowly. "Mrs. Stroud gave it to me." "Oh, I didn't know you even knew the Strouds. He was such an inflexible hermit." "I didn't, till after. She sent for me to paint him when he was dead." "When he was dead? Hugh?" I must have let a little too much amazement escape through my surprise, for he answered with a deprecating laugh. "Yes, she's an awful simpleton, you know, Mrs. Stroud. Her only idea was to have him done by a fashionable painter. Ah, poor Stroud! She thought it was the surest way of proclaiming his greatness, of forcing it on a pure blind public. And at the moment I was the fashionable painter." "Ah, poor Stroud, as you say. Was that his history?" "That was his history. She believed in him, gloried in him, or thought she did. But she couldn't bear not to have all the drawing-rooms with her. She couldn't bear the fact that, on varnishing days, one could always get near enough to see his pictures. Poor woman! She's just a fragment groping for other fragments. Stroud is the only whole I ever knew." "You ever knew? But you just said—" Gisborne had a curious smile in his eyes. "Oh, I knew him, and he knew me, only it happened after he was dead." I dropped my voice instinctively. "When she sent for you?" "Yes, quite insensible to the irony. She wanted him vindicated, and by me." He laughed again and threw his head back to look up at the sketch of the donkey. "There were days when I couldn't look at that thing, couldn't face it. But I forced myself to put it here, and now it's cured me. Cured me! That's the reason why I don't dabble any more, my dear Rickham. Or rather, Stroud himself is the reason." For the first time my idle curiosity about my companion turned into a serious desire to understand him better. "I wish you'd tell me how it happened," I said. He stood looking up at the sketch and twirling between his fingers a cigarette he had forgotten to light. Suddenly he turned toward me. "I'd rather like to tell you, because I've always suspected you of loathing my work." I made a deprecating gesture, which he negatived with a good-humored shrug. "Oh, I didn't care a straw when I believed in myself, and now it's an added tie between us." He laughed slightly, without bitterness, and pushed one of the deep arm-chairs forward. "There, make yourself comfortable, and here are the cigars you like." He placed them at my elbow and continued to wander up and down the room, stopping now and then beneath the picture. "How it happened, I can tell you in 5 minutes, and it didn't take much longer to happen. I can remember now how surprised and pleased I was when I got Mrs. Stroud's note. Of course, deep down, I had always felt there was no one like him, only I'd gone with the stream, echoed the usual platitudes about him, till I half got to think he was a failure, one of the kind that are left behind. By Jove, and he was left behind, because he had come to stay. The rest of us had to let ourselves be swept along or go under, but he was high above the current, on everlasting foundations, as you say. Well, I went off to the house in my most egregious mood, rather moved, Lord forgive me, at the pathos of poor Stroud's career of failure being crowned by the glory of my painting him. Of course I meant to do the picture for nothing. I told Mrs. Stroud so when she began to stammer something about her poverty. I remember getting off a prodigious phrase about the honor being mine. Oh, I was princely, my dear Rickham. I was posing to myself like one of my own sitters. Then I was taken up and left alone with him. I had sent all my traps in advance, and I had only to set up the easel and get to work. He'd been dead only 24 hours, and he died suddenly of heart disease, so that there had been no preliminary work of destruction. His face was clear and untouched. I had met him once or twice, years before, and thought him insignificant and dingy. Now I saw that he was superb. I was glad at first, with a merely aesthetic satisfaction, glad to have my hand on such a subject. Then his strange life-likeness began to affect me queerly. As I blocked the head in, I felt as if he were watching me do it. The sensation was followed by the thought, if he were watching me, what would he say to my way of working? My strokes began to go a little wild. I felt nervous and uncertain. Once when I looked up, I seemed to see a smile behind his close, grayish beard, as if he had the secret and were amusing himself by holding it back from me. That exasperated me still more. The secret? Why, I had a secret worth 20 of his. I dashed at the canvas furiously and tried some of my bravura tricks, but they failed me. They crumbled. I saw that he wasn't watching the showy bits. I couldn't distract his attention. He just kept his eyes on the hard passages between. Those were the ones I had always shirked or covered up with some lying paint. And how he saw through my lies! I looked up again and caught sight of that sketch of the donkey hanging on the wall near his bed. His wife told me afterward it was the last thing he had done, just a note taken with a shaking hand, when he was down in Devonshire, recovering from a previous heart attack. Just a note, but it tells his whole history. There are years of patient, scornful persistence in every line. A man who had swum with the current could not have learned that mighty upstream stroke. I turned back to my work and went on groping and muddling. Then I looked at the donkey again. I saw that, when Stroud laid in the first stroke, he knew just what the end would be. He had possessed his subject, absorbed it, recreated it. When had I done that with any of my things? They hadn't been born of me. I had just adopted them. Hang it, Rickham! With that face watching me, I couldn't do another stroke. The plain truth was, I didn't know where to put it. I had never known. Only with my sitters and my public, a showy splash of color covered up the fact. I just threw paint into their faces. Well, paint was the one medium those dead eyes could see through, see straight to the tottering foundations underneath. Don't you know how, in talking a foreign language, even fluently, one says half the time not what one wants to, but what one can? Well, that was the way I painted, and as he lay there and watched me, the thing they called my technique collapsed like a house of cards. He didn't sneer, you understand. Poor Stroud. He just lay there quietly watching, and on his lips, through the gray beard, I seemed to hear the question, "Are you sure you know where you're coming out?" If I could have painted that face with that question on it, I should have done a great thing. The next greatest thing was to see that I couldn't, and that grace was given me. But oh, At that minute, Rickham, was there anything on earth I wouldn't have given to have Stroud alive before me, and to hear him say, "It's not too late. I'll show you how"? It was too late. It would have been even if he'd been alive. I packed up my traps, and I went down and told Mrs. Stroud. Of course I didn't tell her that. It would have been Greek to her. I simply said I couldn't paint him, that I was too moved. She rather liked the idea. She's so romantic. It was that made her give me the donkey. But she was terribly upset at not getting the portrait. She did so want him done by someone showy. At first I was afraid she wouldn't let me off, and at my wit's end I suggested Grindle. Yes, it was I who started Grindle. I told Mrs. Stroud he was the coming man, and she told somebody else, and so it got to be true. And he painted Stroud without wincing, and she hung the picture among her husband's things. He flung himself down in the armchair near mine, laid back his head, and clasping his arms beneath it, looked up at the picture above the chimney-piece. I like to fancy that Stroud himself would have given it to me, if he'd been able to say what he thought that day. And in answer to a question I put half mechanically, "Begin again," he flashed out, "when the one thing that brings me anywhere near him is that I knew enough to leave off?" He stood up and laid his hand on my shoulder with a laugh. "Only the irony of it is that I am still painting, since Grindle's doing it for me. The Strouds stand alone and happen once, but there's no exterminating our kind of art." The End of The Verdict by Edith Wharton. Recording by Rena Toby.